Chapter 1243. Dabai stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with astonishment on his face. He could see that even though Dongyang was being tormented relentlessly, and Lin and little Xie's combat prowess was becoming more and more feeble as their fighting spirit continued to wane. Toward the end of the battle, they were already discussing how to escape. Dabai could see horror and despair on Lin and little Xie's faces. F***CK, are these two possessed? Woof. Dabai's heart was burning with anxiety upon seeing this, but he didn't know how to help them. What had Dongyang done to them? Big Boss Dongyang, I surrender. Please don't fight anymore. Please spare us. And Lin begged for mercy with despair on his face. Senior Dongyang, I shouldn't have stabbed you with my sword. I apologize, I repent, Wah. Little Xie sobbed with a pitiable expression. Dabai felt like his horizons had been broadened significantly. This was the first time he had seen the two of them like this. Just as he was feeling astonished, Dongyang completely ignored Lin and little Xie's pleas for mercy and charged directly toward them. And Lin could unleash his power to defend himself. But he seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying, and his expression was filled with despair. He couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Bam! And Lin was punched into the ground, and his chest caved in. Little Xie's face turned pale with fright, and she screamed as she fled. Dongyang chased after her in a frenzy before unleashing another fist toward her back. Little Xie was knocked flying for over a kilometer before crashing into the ground, leaving a massive trench in her wake. Dust and debris flew through the air, and her petite body was covered in dirt and rubble, making her appear extremely disheveled. A sinister smile appeared on Dongyang's face as he looked at the two people he had just punched into the ground. How is it? Are you feeling despair? As a sinister devil, I possess boundless negative emotions within my body. My power of the divine Tao can infuse the boundless negative emotions within my body into my attacks, thereby infecting my opponents with negative emotions. With each attack, I can infuse negative emotions into my opponent's body. With so many layers of despair stacked on top of each other, you probably don't even have the courage to fight me anymore, do you? Ha ha ha. You can't escape. You can only be tortured to death by me. Dongyang strode toward Lin and little Xie with a confident expression. Dabai, who was watching the battle from afar, suddenly understood. So this sinister devil's power of the divine Tao was related to negative emotions. No wonder Lin and little Xie had lost their will to fight and were in despair in the face of Dongyang's attacks. They had been King tricked. So the question is, what can it do? What could he do to help them? Dabai fell into deep thought. At this moment, Dongyang was already chortling with glee as he charged toward Lin and little Xie, and his fists became even more terrifying and violent. If they didn't hurry up, they would be hammered to death by Dongyang. In order to break through the power of the emotional divine Tao, aside from using the absolute power of the divine Tao, there was another way, and that was to replace it with another type of emotion. However, the substitute emotion had to be extremely powerful, even more powerful than the power of the divine Tao of the sinister devils. It had to be of a higher level. Dabai looked at Lin, who was being pummeled, and murmured to himself, how about I toss a pile of dog *T at Big Brotherin? That way, his hatred toward me should be able to overwhelm his despair toward Dongyang, right? Woof? A second later, he immediately shook his head and rejected this idea. No. What if Big Brother and makes dog meat out of me the next day after I dispel that power? That's way too terrifying. I can't sacrifice myself for something like that. The price is too high, Woof. Dabai shuddered at the mere thought of the consequences. That's right. Dabai suddenly clapped his paws together, and his eyes lit up. He recalled back to when Big Brother had asked him if he had ever cried in the Myriad Mountain realm, to which he replied that he had never cried even once ever since he was born, and that he was a 100% tough guy dog. And then in the next second he began to bawl his eyes out. There was no trace, no warning, no distance, no energy fluctuations. An emotional spell technique of this level was most likely of a higher level than Dong Yang's spell technique. F***ck it, he had to give it his all. Dabai gritted his teeth and ran toward Lin before roaring, Big brother in, hurry up and use that spell technique. Woof. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a look of despair appeared on his face. Dong Yang is so terrifying and powerful. What's the point of using the make you cry spell technique on him? Dabai yelled, Big brother, and have you been scared senseless? Use it on little Xia, woof. And Lin opened his mouth before coming to a sudden realization. He understood what Dabai was trying to say. He had to do it. And Lin turned toward little Xia, who had just been bashed into the ground by Dong Yang's fist again. Blood trickled from the corners of her lips, and even her evil-slaying sword almost slipped out of her hand. Little Xia, cry. And Lin was afraid of Dong Yang and was in despair at his power, but that didn't mean he was afraid of little Xia. Making little Xia cry was a very easy task for him. The make you cry spell technique was instantly unleashed. All of a sudden, little Xia's grief flowed like a river again, and she sobbed with all her might. Wah! The little girl in black sobbed from within the crater, and Lin was very pleased to see little Xia cry, and he pulled out his vermilion bird mirror before looking at his own handsome face before unleashing the make you cry spell technique again. Wah! And Lin also began to sob. He was crying from his own handsomeness. That's right, he unleashed the make you cry spell technique upon the vermilion bird mirror, thereby triggering a rebound spell technique. The make you cry spell technique was reflected by the vermilion bird mirror, upon which boundless grief suddenly welled up in his heart. Kacha! It was as if some kind of power had been broken by his surging grief. Ha ha ha! Feel the despair. Dong Yang's fists rained down upon little Xia again, and the power behind his fists was so powerful that even the space within a radius of over 1,000 feet collapsed. Little Xia sobbed as she picked up her evil-slaying sword. Evil sword technique, lightning spirit. Her body transformed into a bolt of lightning, and her sword flashed with crimson light. A ghastly sword wound appeared on Dong Yang's chest. Little Xia stood beside him with tears streaming down her face, but her evil-slaying sword was already stained with blood. In the next instant, and Lin's fist suddenly arrived. An earth-shattering boom erupted, accompanied by the sound of flesh and bone being torn apart. Dong Yang was bashed into the ground by Lin's fist, creating a crater with a radius of over 1 kilometer. Pwah! Dong Yang threw up a large mouthful of blood, and his body fell limply to the ground as he stared up at the two people in the sky with tears streaming down their faces. But their eyes were filled with determination. How could this be? Why aren't you in despair anymore? This is impossible. Dong Yang was completely dumbstruck and incredulous. Despair. Little Xia cocked her head to the side as a cold light flashed through her eyes. An earth-shattering sword projection erupted from her evil-slaying sword, and Lin clenched his fists, and his knuckles crackled. The divine flame and holy flame intertwined, and it was as if the sun had descended from the heavens. We'll let you experience true despair right now. Chapter 1244. Dong Yang crawled up from the ground, and after a brief daze his battle intent was reignited. The inky black divine light of despair on his arms became even more intense, as if it were able to suck away one's soul. You want me to fall into despair? No, you won't be able to defeat me. Feel fear, feel despair. Dong Yang roared as he charged toward Lin and little Xia. We have to end this as quickly as possible, and Lin said with tears flowing from his eyes. Little Xia nodded with tears in her eyes, and Lin's right arm became extremely crimson as terrifying fire energy incessantly stimulated the latent potential of his right arm. His right arm gradually swelled up, and its might increased explosively. His blood vessels bulged, but they were the color of holy fire. His entire arm lit up, as if the sun had appeared in the inky black abyss, illuminating all things. Quintuple fire god fist. Enlin's fist crashed down upon Dongyang. If Enlin's attack was the sun, then Dongyang's attack was the darkness of despair. This was a clash between light and darkness. Boom! The resulting shock waves twisted the space around them. The sun and the sky crashed down, while the darkness of the abyss rose up from the ground. The two of them clashed, as if light and darkness were clashing with one another. Gale-force winds swept forth for over 50 kilometers, reducing the earth to dust. Dabai was already spectating from afar and had unleashed the shield of promised victory, but he was still knocked flying for over a kilometer by the shock waves, upon which he threw up a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying battle! Are they going to tear this abyss apart? Woof! Dabai stared at the epicenter of the explosion with astonishment in his eyes. At the epicenter of the collision, in the face of Enlin's attack, the darkness began to be torn apart. Dongyang's twisted, inky black fist began to disintegrate. This terrifying power did not stop there. Instead, it extended all the way to his arm, where his entire arm was pulverized into nothingness. Dongyang let loose a wail of anguish as he plummeted from the sky. A petite figure quickly approached him, and her inky black sword bared its bloodthirsty fangs. Feel despair. The corners of little Xie's lips curled up slightly, and her eyes were filled with a cold and merciless light. A series of extremely sharp sword projections tore through the air before descending upon Dongyang's body. Each and every strike was powerful enough to split mountains and sever seas. After being hammered into the ground by Enlin, Dongyang was completely unable to withstand so many sword projections, and a series of gruesome gashes were instantly torn into his body. Fresh blood spurted out, and bloody scars covered every corner of his body. There was no longer any part of him that was intact. Rumble! Dongyang crashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremor violently. At this moment, he was already in an extremely wretched state. His body was a bloody mess, and his internal organs had been pulverized. If it weren't for the fact that his life force was extremely tenacious, his injuries would have been enough to kill an ordinary return to Void Stage mighty figure 100 times over. Do you feel despair? Dongyang was still unyielding, and he spoke in a patient manner. Enlin and little Xie landed before him with cold smiles on their faces. I can feel your despair. Enlin chuckled. Dongyang, I won't die. I am the most powerful and terrifying demon. I will never die, and I will exact my vengeance with all my might. All you will face in the end is boundless despair and death. Dongyang's demonic voice lingered in his ears for a long time, and it was imbued with the power to make one fall into depravity. In that instant, Enlin was suddenly struck by a hint of fear and horror. Looks like the effect has worn off. Let's do it again. Enlin turned toward the little girl beside him before glaring at her. Wah! Little Xie was suddenly struck by a wave of grief, and she burst into tears again. Your effect has worn off, but mine hasn't. Why are you making me cry? Wah! Little Xie raised her evil-slaying sword with indignation before slashing it toward Enlin. Enlin hurriedly evaded before pulling out his vermilion bird mirror to make himself cry again. Wah! Enlin had tears streaming down his face. I'm just playing it safe. The two of them began to bicker with tears streaming down their faces, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. Dabai carefully approached them, and his expression shifted to one of shock upon seeing the two of them bawling their eyes out. Are you too mourning for Dongyang? Woof! Dongyang, Enlin, and little Xie. So be it. Let's take care of what we need to do first. Enlin looked down at Dongyang and said, Where's the other dark bead? Dongyang panted with a cold smile. Why would I tell someone who's about to die? Feel despair. The veins on Enlin's forehead bulged. Is this B***starred still living in a dream? Little Xia raised her sword expressionlessly. Cut the crap. I'm going to kill him. An extremely terrifying sword projection erupted from her evil-slaying sword as she spoke. In his current state, Dongyang couldn't muster up much energy to defend himself. It was quite foreseeable that he would die the moment the sword projection fell. However, right at this moment, a faintly discernible black figure appeared before Dongyang and raised a hand. Little Xia's extremely powerful sword projection instantly disappeared without a trace. Regardless of whether it was her sword intent or her sword intent, all of it had disappeared, leaving no trace in this world. It was as if she had gone from existence to nothingness. Enlin and Little Xia's expressions shifted drastically as grave expressions appeared on their faces. Who are you? Enlin's entire body tensed up as he activated the power within his body. The black figure opened its eyes, which were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. I am the Night Monarch, the ruler of the abyss of evil. Uft! Here comes another self-proclaimed monarch. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is already the third one. All of them want to be the boss. How interesting. Buy one, get one free. I can kill 2 of them now. Little Xia pursed her lips with an extremely disdainful expression. Night Monarch. After a few seconds, the Night Monarch continued. I really am the ruler of the abyss of evil. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body as he spoke. This aura was ancient and boundless, as if an eternal night had descended upon this world. And Lin and Little Xia's expressions instantly shifted drastically. They had only sensed this aura from Ziwei and the Celestial Arch. This was a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure. And Lin's smile congealed on his face, and he took a deep breath before speaking in a respectful voice. Esteemed ruler of the abyss of evil, Senior Night Monarch, may I ask why you have come here? The Night Monarch faltered slightly at the sight of Enlin's reaction. This Dongyang cannot die. He is my most important test subject. Test subject? Enlin stared at the Night Monarch with astonishment on his face. Using a sinister devil who had attained the power of the divine Tao as a test subject? That was way over the top. But Enlin was a little hesitant. You came here for the dark bead, right? I can give it to you. The Night Monarch seemed to have seen through Enlin's thoughts, and he splayed open his palm toward Dongyang's back, upon which a peculiar dark light flashed. In the next instant, an inky black bead appeared in his hand. The Night Monarch tossed the bead to Enlin without any hesitation. For you. Enlin caught the dark bead with a slightly dazed expression. The Night Monarch sure was easy to talk to. However, a thought suddenly occurred to him. How did you know I wanted the dark bead? Chapter 1245. I calculated that. I also know that you're collecting the dark beads in order to obtain the inheritance of the sky-sealing Dark King. The Black Shadow's voice was warm and gentle, and it seemed to be smiling as it spoke. Why did it seem to be seemed? That was because Enlin could only see a humanoid Black Shadow, but he couldn't see the Night Monarch's exact appearance. The eyes were quite beautiful. They were blue with a hint of black, as if they were gems embedded into the black body. Not only did they not give off a creepy or terrifying feeling, but they instead gave off a sense of harmony and allure. Little Xia turned to the Night Monarch with an aggrieved expression. Enlin had achieved his goal by obtaining the dark beads, but she had lost the juicy meat that was supposed to be in her grasp, and it was possibly the most delicious, juicy meat in the entire abyss of evil. Enlin pretended to be nonchalant as he looked down at the wretched Dongyang on the ground. Pardon me for asking, but what is the experimenter you speak of planning to do to it? Using a sinister devil as an experimental subject was most likely some kind of secret plan. In Enlin's mind, he was already viewing the Night Monarchs as villains who were plotting something big in secret. He wasn't expecting the Night Monarch's reply. However, to his surprise, the Night Monarch replied in a straightforward manner. The experiment I'm conducting involves a huge secret, so I can tell you. But first, do you know where the sinister devils in the abyss of evil come from? And Lin's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't want to think too much about this. However, the story of Ji Yanling and Wang Lu had been deeply engraved in his mind. He was well aware of how Wang Lu had fallen to the sinister devils. Sinister devils used to be humans, right? And Lin asked. An expression of shock appeared on the Night Monarch's face. You know about this? He had only wanted to keep the Night Monarch guessing, but Lin had told him everything, and Lin nodded indifferently. I know a little, the Night Monarch asked in a faint voice. Then do you know why humans became sinister devils? And Lin began to think carefully. Sinister devils hadn't been around for a very long time, so the major event that led to humans becoming sinister devils was most likely a recent event. Could it be caused by the Purple Star incident? And Lin made a bold guess. The Night Monarch. How do you know about this? Was he going to keep the Night Monarch in suspense? A little, and Lin replied modestly. His expression remained calm, but his heart surged with shock. The fact that demons were related to Purple Star was definitely not a trivial matter. After all, Purple Star was a civilization that had poked a giant hole in the sky. The Night Monarch didn't beat around the bush any longer. The Purple Star was struck by a backlash from the heavenly Tao, and its entire civilization was instantly destroyed. However, the disaster was not as simple as it seemed. Let's not talk about how the heavenly Tao is difficult to mend, and a calamity has descended once again. The repercussions of the heavenly Tao's backlash on the human race are not something that can be stopped just by killing all the Purple Star citizens. The evil demons are one of the scourges left behind. To be, the evil devils, to be is nine, to be, to the nine to be. To be, to Mon's tribe Dong. To be. They used a special method to attach themselves to the humans of the Kingdom of the Nine States and the Buddhist kingdom. In the face of boundless negative emotions, no human could resist this power, and they were all transformed into sinister devils. One by 100, 1 by 10, this power was more terrifying than the plague and more vicious than curses. It was as if it was trying to transform the entire human race into sinister devils. The Night Monarch spoke in a cold voice as the darkness behind him surged violently, and Lin was a little perplexed. Why haven't I heard of this before? Events of this magnitude would generally be recorded, so there was no way that not many people would have heard of it. The Night Monarch spoke in a slow voice. You have no idea just how heavy a price we had to pay in order to save the human race. Over 5 billion humans were transformed into sinister devils, and Lin was completely dumbstruck upon hearing this number. This was almost equivalent to the population of an entire state. Nuwa, the 3 pure ones, Tao Lord Luya, and the 5 God of Creation stage gods joined forces with 16 Tao integration stage super mighty figures to unleash a great sky-stealing teleportation spell formation to teleport all of the sinister devils to the Tai Chu continent. As a safety precaution, we also unleashed a divine technique to erase all of the living beings' memories of the sinister devils. That's right, the best way to deal with the spread of resentment from the entire civilization was to forget. The more we forget, the smaller the repercussions of this calamity will be. And Lin finally came to a sudden realization upon hearing the Night Monarch's words. No wonder he didn't know anything about sinister devils in the past. He didn't know what they were, nor did he know what they were. All he knew was that they were extremely terrifying demonic beings, so everyone had been struck by the great amnesia spell formation. A thought occurred to Lin. Seeing as the sinister devils have already been teleported to the outside world, then the sinister devils in the abyss of evil, the Night Monarch looked at Lin. Because I want to save them. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. and he looked into the Night Monarch's eyes to discover the seriousness and determination in his eyes. Over 5 billion people. They're all innocent, but they've been forced to wander the outside world, tortured by boundless negative emotions for over 10,000 years without being able to transcend. I want them to become humans again. I worked hard for a long time before the gods of creation agreed to set up a base in the abyss of evil to research sinister devils. You should know that the sinister devils in the abyss of evil have never voluntarily escaped from the abyss to harm outsiders. They're all under my jurisdiction. And Lin nodded. That was indeed the case. He had initially thought that sinister devils were afraid of light, but high-level sinister devils were completely immune to sunlight. Look at sinister devil Dongyang. He looks so much like a human. The Night Monarch pointed at Dongyang. Dongyang's entire body was riddled with wounds, and his eyes were glazed over as he murmured, "Feel despair. Feel terror. All of you will fall into despair." The Night Monarch, and Lin nodded. Aside from the fact that he's a little incoherent, he's really no different from a human in every other aspect. Even if he's incoherent, that's only because he was beaten silly by me. The Night Monarch smiled. As their cultivation base progresses, they'll become more and more like humans. They'll be able to cultivate, they'll be able to speak, and they'll have emotions and desires. They'll no longer be crazy, chaotic, and disorderly. Humans can become sinister devils, so sinister devils can also become humans. I've been working on this for the past 10,000 years, and through Dongyang's example, I've already found many ways to alleviate boundless negative emotions. This isn't just limited to power, but rather, it's from the very core of human emotions. The Night Monarch squatted down and caressed Dongyang's face as he spoke in a gentle voice. Just one more step. Just one more step. This was a beautiful scene. And Lin couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. "There's one more thing," he said. "What is it?" The Night Monarch blinked, and Lin pointed at himself. "This information is very important, right? Why are you telling me so much?" Chapter 1246. Regardless of whether it was the sinister devils wreaking havoc in the Kingdom of the Nine States or the Night Monarch's experiments, they were all extremely important. It could be said that anyone below the Tao integration stage didn't even have the right to know about these things. So why would the Night Monarch tell Lin so much in such a calm and collected manner? This really didn't make any sense. The Night Monarch stared at Lin with his extremely beautiful eyes. "Why did I tell you so much?" "Because we are fated to meet." And Lin faltered slightly and his lips twitched. "Can you be any more perfunctory?" "What fate?" "This was fate. That was F asterisk King Bulsh asterisk T." He didn't say anything at all. The Night Monarch spoke again upon seeing Lin's displeasure. "You possess the Tianming Tao physique, which is extremely rare, and I also possess the Tianming Tao physique. We were born with a close affinity with the heavenly Tao. Is this reason enough?" And Lin was astonished. "I possess the Tianming Tao physique." The Night Monarch was also astonished. "You didn't know?" And Lin, he thought about it carefully. It seemed that when he had first obtained the system had mentioned once that he had some kind of Tianming Tao physique. His aptitude matched, and then they fused together. "I think I have some recollection of this. In that case, I really do possess the Tianming Tao physique. Speaking of which, what is this Tianming Tao physique? Why haven't I sensed anything special about it?" The Night Monarch replied patiently, "We are blessed by the heavens. Don't you think it's extremely easy to cultivate spell techniques, observe intents, and make breakthroughs? Furthermore, it's very easy to resonate with heaven and earth." "How could it be easy? Last time, I almost failed to absorb the realm essence crystals and became a eunuch. And that time when I kissed the sun, I almost burned to death. You call that easy?" And Lin flared up with rage. The Night Monarch was at a loss. "Are we talking about the same thing?" "No, nothing. Please continue." And Lin knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, and he chuckled apologetically. The Night Monarch continued. Our Tianming Tao physiques possess exceptional aptitudes and a close affinity with the heavenly Tao. Thus, when we cultivate in dark-type spell techniques, there are certain bonuses for dark-type spell techniques. The corner of Lin's mouth twitched when he heard this. He was like a little son using the Vulcan mode all day long. Wasn't the style a little crooked? In the entire Tai Chu continent, only Yumi and Tao Lord Luya possess this type of constitution. The Night Monarch continued. Tao Lord Luya. And Lin shuddered. What's wrong? Yi Di asked curiously when he saw Lin's reaction. Is Tao Lord Luya an old man with a wretched smile? And Lin said angrily. The Night Monarch cocked his head to the side. Tao Lord Luya is suave and handsome. How can he be an old man with a perverted smile? And Lin's expression didn't change at all, but his heart became more and more certain. No wonder Chang'e said that he had a backer named Tao Lord Luya. The old man who had given him the system was none other than Tao Lord Luya. That bastard had definitely transformed. I also have the Nether Heaven Tao physique. That's the only way I can withstand the system and blame it on me. It's a pity that I can't see him now. Otherwise, I'm going to ask him what this weird system is all about. The Night Monarch continued. We are the chosen ones who are destined to change this world. It's fate that brought us together here, and Lin was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. Do you want to know more about the heaven-crushing sect? The Night Monarch asked, and Lin, sure enough, it was the heaven-crushing sect or the heaven-mending sect again. The Night Monarch spoke in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. Do you know? Our world is currently facing an extremely dire crisis. All right, that's enough. Are you a heavenly disciple? And Lin interjected with a dark expression. I don't have the right to be a heavenly disciple. I'm the heavenly servant of the first heavenly disciple. The Night Monarch explained, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. Even someone as powerful as the Night Monarch couldn't become a heavenly disciple? This heaven-crushing sect was a little terrifying. Then don't invite me. Even Cyril and Chen Chen can't persuade me, so you should give up. And Lin was still very firm in his refusal. The Night Monarch was shocked to hear this, and he stared intently at Lin. Who would have thought that you and our heaven-crushing sect would be so fated to be chosen by two heavenly disciples at the same time? What's wrong with that? They're asking me to become the third heavenly disciple, and they're even offering me divine tools, divine pills, and a harem. I rejected all of those conditions, so you should just give up. And Lin waved his hand in refusal. The Night Monarch was astonished. This was the first time he had been astonished. Third heavenly disciple? You rejected them. Is there a problem? And Lin was a little confused. The Night Monarch stared intently at Lin, as if he was trying to see through him. I've really underestimated you. You're even more important than I imagined. The Night Monarch wasn't disappointed in the slightest upon hearing Lin's rejection. Instead, his gaze became even more scorching, and Lin was a little flustered. It was quite strange to be stared at like this by an emperor. Regardless of whether I'm important or not, I won't join the heaven-crushing sect even if I starve to death and can't get out of the abyss of evil. And Lin spoke in a firm voice. All right. A hint of disappointment appeared in the Night Monarch's eyes. In any case, the heaven-crushing sect will always be open to you. I await the day you change your mind. And Lin nodded and didn't say anything else upon hearing this familiar statement. This was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, after all, so he could at least give him some face. An extremely raspy voice sounded. And Lin turned his eyes to the ground to discover that Dongyang was lying on the ground, throwing up blood. Are you guys done chatting? I think I can still be saved, erg. He threw up another mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. The Night Monarch was given a massive fright. Ah, I almost forgot about you. My poor Dongyang. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Dongyang. Feel despair. The Night Monarch had already injected his power into Dong Yang's body to heal his injuries. Senior Night Monarch, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave now. And Lin felt like there was no point in staying here any longer. The Night Monarch nodded. See you again. And Lin held onto the reluctant little Xie's hand and leapt onto Bai's back. Master, what do I do? I can't bring myself to kill sinister devils after learning that they're human clones. Little Xie murmured with a conflicted expression, and Lin turned to little Xie with a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't think you'd think this way. In his heart, little Xie had always been a willful and domineering person. It was very rare for her to be so considerate of a human who had already become a sinister devil. You need sinister devils? I have many sinister devils here who have lost control and are already beyond redemption. They've been tainted by too much slaughter, and they've already lost all emotions. I can give them to you. The Night Monarch suddenly spoke. Chapter 1247. And Lin's footsteps faltered upon hearing this. Little Xie turned toward the Night Monarch with a perplexed expression. The Night Monarch put his hands together, and a powerful spatial ripple swept toward them. In the next instant, Lin and little Xie appeared in an unfamiliar space. There were blue flames that seemed to be able to freeze one's consciousness in this place. They burned on a fire disk, and the cold light of the flames lit up this entire space, imbuing it with a power that could calm one's soul. There were a series of cages around them, within which countless sinister devils were roaring and howling with menacing expressions. The Night Monarch spoke in a soft voice. They've been tainted by too much slaughter. Not only have they harmed other living beings, but they've even devoured their own kind. The last trace of humanity has been wiped away, so even I can't save them. Little sword spirit, if you want to obtain something from slaying sinister devils, you can try them. They're actually a batch of sinister devils that I'm planning to take care of. Little Xie made her way over to the sinister devils upon hearing the Night Monarch's words. The sinister devils before her were even more twisted and insane than the sinister devils she had seen in the past. Boundless negative emotions surged toward her like a tsunami, as if they were trying to drag her into an abyss of depravity. You must be in a lot of pain, right? Let me free you from this. Little Xie spoke in a voice that only she could hear. Her evil-slaying sword slashed through the air, leaving a black shadow in its wake before puncturing the sinister devil's body. Gasp! The sinister devil let loose a hoarse cry as its body completely disappeared from this world. At the same time, a burst of power flowed into the evil-slaying sword through the blade. Little Xie closed her eyes and carefully savored the sensation. She could feel that her power had recovered significantly, as if some kind of flaw had been remedied, and the source of power within her body had increased significantly. How is it? And Lin asked with a concerned expression. It's working. Little Xie nodded before making her way toward another cage. After that, little Xie repeated the process of inserting and withdrawing her sword. Inserting, withdrawing, one sinister devil after another fell to the evil-slaying sword. Little Xie's power became more and more fearsome. The Night Monarch was also able to see this. Gradually, his gaze toward Lin became even more scorching. There were tens of thousands of demons locked in the cages. Little Xie repeated her previous actions, and before she knew it, she had slain over 10,000 sinister devils, all the way until she slashed her sword toward one of the few remaining sinister devils. Rumble! It was as if a certain shackle had been broken. Little Xie's aura soared explosively, sweeping vital energy within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. What? This aura? Yi Di's eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him in shock. The power of darkness within the abyss of evil was like an incomparably huge whirlpool, constantly surging into the body of the little girl in the black dress. There was no end, no boundary. Little Xie's aura surged explosively like a rocket, becoming more and more vast and ethereal. Divine light shook, smashing through space. The space that I created independently was actually destroyed. Yi Di took a deep breath, and Lin, Dabai, Little Xie, and the Night Monarch reappeared in the depths of the abyss of evil due to the shattering of the independent space. Looking at everyone that had returned, Dongyang sensed an aura that struck fear into his heart, and he finally began to howl in despair. "Ah, don't come near me. Save me." No one paid any heed to Dongyang. The phenomena unleashed by Little Xie did not stop there. The power of darkness surged into her body, as if it were going to engulf the entire power of the abyss of evil. The Night Monarch's heart throbbed with pain, and he turned to Little Xie with a beseeching expression. "It wasn't easy for me to draw in this power of darkness from the veins of the earth, so please use it sparingly." Even though the power of darkness was endless, it could easily be depleted if it was drawn too quickly. Boom! Her aura surged explosively again. An inky black divine sword appeared on Little Xie's forehead on her chubby face. Boundless black divine light surged forth before enshrouding Little Xie's body like a cloak of feathers, making her appear as if she were the queen of the night. A terrifying aura spread out, pressing down on Dongyang, making it difficult for him to even breathe. The Night Monarch stumbled back in retreat as an astonished expression appeared on his face. Her divine Tao has transformed into a sword, and her divine light has transformed into a cloak of feathers. Could it be that this sword spirit is going to become a god? And Lin was struck by Little Xie's divine light. But not only was he completely unscathed, he was instead feeling extremely comfortable. Even his meridians and bones were being nourished, thereby benefiting him immensely. Is Little Xie finally going to become a divine tool? He was very happy for Little Xie. After being stuck at the pinnacle of the immortal tool tier for so long, she was finally going to make a breakthrough. In a place that no one could see, the clear sky outside the abyss of evil had been transformed into complete darkness. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ant tribe, all of them looked up at the sky with panicked expressions, as if doomsday had descended upon them. Anxiety, horror, trembling, and all types of emotions welled up in their hearts. Even the celestial Darch, who was situated in the distance in the celestial court, abruptly rose to his feet. His eyes narrowed as he looked toward the southeastern direction of the Kingdom of the Nine States, as if he could see through space to that vast expanse of darkness. What terrifying energy fluctuations! What is that thing making a breakthrough? In the air above the abyss of evil, an inky black pillar of divine light fell from the sky into the abyss. This was an extremely powerful pillar of divine light that instantly reduced everything in its path to nothingness. All of a sudden, the pillar of divine light was completely engulfed by the woman in black. This time, the vital energy had already surged for several thousand kilometers, completely exceeding the range of Enlin's senses. Even the Night Monarch would be unable to sense its range. And Lin was given a fright by this phenomenon. This was the most extravagant phenomenon he had ever seen. This indicated that Little Xie was absorbing an extremely vast amount of energy. She wouldn't die from overeating, would she? And Lin was a little concerned. Countless divine symbols and peculiar totems fell from the sky, as if they were blessings from the heavens, and they flowed relentlessly into Little Xie's body. And Lin was completely dazzled. The Night Monarch was even more dumbstruck. Is this what it looks like to become a divine tool? Don't lie to me. An hour later, heaven and earth finally fell silent again. A ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, passing through the boundless abyss pierced by the divine light before enshrouding the little girl's body, making her skin appear as if it were made of jade. The little girl opened her inky black eyes, which were filled with an extremely pure darkness that seemed to be able to engulf all light in this world. Little Xie, it's done? And Lin asked with excitement. The little girl nodded with a toothy smile. It's done. And Lin stroked his chin as he looked at the sword in the little girl's hand. It's clearly become a divine tool, so why is the evil slaying sword still so ugly and black? It hasn't changed in the slightest? Little Xia made her way over to Enlin with a fake smile on her face. It hasn't changed in the slightest? Don't worry, I'll show you what true change looks like. A chill suddenly ran down Enlin's spine, and his heart jolted violently. Killing intent. Chapter 1248. Enlin instinctively retreated in an instant. A cold smile appeared on little Xia's face. You called me ugly? I'm going to exact my revenge right now. Boom! The space suddenly began to warp and warp. Heaven and earth suddenly transformed under the illumination of an inky black, divine light. This was a place with no sense of direction or space. Everything was shrouded in darkness and nothingness, with only little Xia standing within the darkness. This is the domain of the divine sword. It's rumored that after countless years of refinement, there's a small chance that a divine tool that has nurtured a spirit will attain its own unique domain. She has only just made a breakthrough, but she already possesses such a terrifying domain. This is incredible, the Night Monarch exclaimed, and Lin was given a massive fright upon hearing this. Little Xia, this is all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. A cold smile appeared on little Xia's face. My foolish master, you have to pay for what you said. She held her sword horizontally in front of her, from which a cold and forbidding sword projection emanated. Countless inky black divine symbols appeared on the blade of the sword, which revolved around it like tornadoes. An earth-shattering sword intent that threatened to engulf Enlin began to erupt forth. It was extremely pure and imbued with boundless divine intent, making one feel as if they were looking at a true god. F***CK, what kind of terrifying sword intent is this? Enlin felt a chill run down his spine, and he felt as if he were about to be engulfed by little Xia's power. Little Xia was getting serious, and Lin knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately unleashed his evading turtle technique. Brilliant green light erupted as an extremely dazzling turtle shell appeared before enshrouding his entire body. In his evading turtle technique, he would be able to last for a while even against attacks from mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. Very good. Only now do you have the right to spar with me. Little Xia became even more excited upon seeing this, and the sword intent of her evil slaying sword also climbed to the very peak. Your F***king lacking a lesson. And Lin was enraged, and he hid in his turtle shell before opening up a small hole to unleash a bolt of golden void lightning that had been enhanced by the lightning amplification technique. The dazzling golden light was like the first ray of light that tore through the endless darkness. It was extremely dazzling, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. This was the most powerful attack that Enlin could unleash with his lightning spell technique. Little Xia looked at Enlin with a smile. Your mouth needs some discipline, too. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, annihilate. Little Xia swung her evil-slaying sword toward Enlin from afar. Within the scope of the sword domain, there seemed to be a strange fluctuation accompanied by the flying sword will. The blade of the sword was invisible, or rather, the omnipresent darkness was little Xia's sword technique. Kacha! The massive bolt of golden void lightning began to disintegrate into nothingness, and Lin's heart jolted, and he was just about to retreat when he discovered that little Xia's sword intent had pierced through his extremely sturdy turtle shell and struck him directly. What kind of strange attack was this? And Lin's expression changed drastically. He thought to himself that he was really done for. Rip. He felt as if his entire body had exploded, and Lin's clothes were reduced to nothingness right before the dumbstruck eyes of the Night Monarch and Dubai. He stood on the spot in his underwear, completely naked. The semi-transparent turtle shell was unable to obstruct the view of his body. Holy F***CK! What the F***CK is that? Woof! Dubai's mouth gaped open. Does this sword spirit girl play with him all the time? The Night Monarch was astonished. He had thought that a sword spirit attacking its master was already quite shocking. But who would have thought that he would be able to witness a sword spirit ripping off its master's clothes? And Lin came to his senses in an instant, and he clasped his hands over his body before glaring at little Xie with an enraged expression. Little Xie, I'm going to kill you. Little Xie burst into laughter as she put on the mischievous expression of a little demon girl who had gotten away with her prank. Oops, I just blew up your clothes. That's a bit of a mistake. I should have blown up your underwear as well. Little Xie glanced at Lin's entire body before blushing slightly as she averted her gaze. And Lin felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing little Xie's words. Little Xie's sword strike was simply far too uncanny. It was able to reduce his opponent's objects into nothingness. If she were to attack his underwear, he might accidentally lose his dick as well. Who was he going to complain to then? With this in mind, and Lin flared up with rage. Little Xie, that's enough. If you keep this up, don't blame me for being merciless. And Lin glowered at little Xie with a ferocious killing intent in his eyes. Little Xie nodded, and heaven and earth transformed again as everyone returned to their original location. Dongyang was still moaning on the ground, but the Night Monarch and Bai both wore expressions of shock on their faces. This was the first time Bai had seen Lin surrender after being beaten to the point where he couldn't even defend himself. The Night Monarch was a little perplexed by little Xie's sword technique. He could sense the sword intent and energy fluctuations, but he couldn't sense the form of the energy. In other words, he didn't know how little Xie was able to slice off Lin's clothes through his turtle shell. This was far too uncanny. Even if it was a divine tool, it should have left a mark. After little Xie withdrew her domain, and Lin finally put away his turtle shell as well before putting on a new set of clothes. This is just a small lesson for you. If you dare to insult me again, don't blame me for being merciless. Little Xie raised her chin with a smug expression on her round face. She prepared to jump back into the evil slaying sword as she spoke. However, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Lin. Little Xie turned to Lin with a stunned expression. And Lin spoke with a smile on his face. You've been wandering around the abyss of evil this entire time. Why do you suddenly want to go back now? Little Xie's expression was a little unnatural in the face of Lin's question. And Lin stared directly at little Xie with a sly smile on his face. Are you tired? You must be tired after using that technique. You! Little Xie bit down on her lower lip and was just about to raise her sword in front of her. And Lin reacted even more quickly, and he instantly twisted little Xie's wrist to snatch the evil-slaying sword back. I'm the one who refined the evil-slaying sword, your master. Do you think I don't know if you're tired or not? Don't worry, if you're tired, I'll give you a massage. And Lin chuckled. The fact that he was able to snatch little Xie's sword away so easily meant that she was even more feeble than he had imagined. What are you trying to do? Little Xie was starting to panic. This was the first time she had used her domain and that super powerful technique, and had indeed expended almost all of her energy. It could be said that she was truly a feeble little girl now. Hee, what am I trying to do? Didn't I tell you? You're so tired, so I'll give you a massage. And Lin extended his demonic claws toward the trembling little Xie. No, don't come over. Ah. Save me. Little Xie screamed. However, and Lin wasn't going to hold back, and his hands began to knead little Xie's face in a frenzy. Her face was round and soft, and it was also extremely bouncy. Her round face could be kneaded into all types of shapes, and he felt like his hands were about to melt. In summary, it felt so good. The Night Monarch stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before him. Is this how Mr. Lin and the Sword Spirit usually do things? He was referring to a battle, then taking off her clothes, then rubbing her face. Goodbye. Woof woof. And Lin's smug laughter reverberated throughout the entire abyss of evil. Ha ha ha. I'm going to rub this face for an entire day. Chapter 1249. After fooling around for a while, Anlin expressed his gratitude to the Night Monarch with a solemn expression. If it weren't for the Night Monarch, his little Xia wouldn't have progressed so smoothly to become a divine tool. Immediately afterward, he rode on Dubai and bade farewell to the Night Monarch while rubbing little Xia's head. The path back was very smooth. When little Xia made her breakthrough, the divine light that descended from the sky had created a massive hole that led to the bottom of the abyss, and they flew all the way up. The abyss of evil didn't look as terrifying anymore now that there was a hole that led to the outside world. Aside from hearing some strange cries like, "Anlin, slow down, the child's father can't keep up," there didn't seem to be anything else that was out of the ordinary. Soon, Anlin returned to the abyss of evil on Dubai's back. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds, as well as the vast and boundless earth, and he felt a lot more at ease. Little Xia was the only one who sat silently on the dog's head with a stern expression. There were still red fingerprints on her delicate, pink cheeks. She had clearly been ravaged by Anlin in an inhumane manner. Little Xia was silently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover her energy. She kept telling herself to endure it. Just half a day more, and she would be able to completely recover her energy. When that time came, she would be able to kill this D*Ned man. By the way, little Xia, what technique did you use after becoming a divine tool? I feel like it's very powerful. Can you explain it to me? Anlin asked with a smile. Humph. Little Xia harumphed coldly and didn't say anything. Her emotions were very clear on her face, and her attitude was very clear. She was ignoring Anlin. Little Xia, don't be angry, all right? We're both in the wrong, so why don't we each take a step back? Anlin tried to console little Xia patiently. Little Xia looked ahead with her dead fish eyes and ignored Anlin's words. Anlin didn't give up, and he continued to enlighten her like Tripiaka. Little Xia was getting really annoyed, and she flared up with rage. Anlin, even if I, little Xia, were to die and jump off of Dubai's back, I'd rather die than tell you about the characteristics of my power. Oh, then I'll just rub your face. Anlin was already itching to make a move. He looked at little Xia's adorable features, and he couldn't help but reach out with his demonic hand. Don't! I'll tell you. Little Xia panicked, and she gritted her teeth as she begged with a humiliated expression. But you have to promise me that you won't rub my face again. Not today, Anlin said. All right. Little Xia gritted her teeth and nodded. However, she was thinking to herself, you're not going to see the sun tomorrow anyway. Tell me, what's different about you after becoming a divine artifact? Anlin asked curiously. Little Xia explained with a stern expression, my evil-slaying sword has become much sharper after progressing to the divine tool level, and it has also been imbued with a divine nature, so it's much easier for me to slice through my enemy's divine Tao. If Master is just a little more powerful, perhaps you'll even be able to slice through immortal tools. Secondly, as a sword spirit, my power has also increased explosively, and my domain has become my own domain. On top of that, I've also attained a few new sword techniques that are compatible with the intent of heaven and earth. What new sword technique? Anlin asked excitedly. What new sword technique? Little Xia extended a finger. The first technique is the vanquish the heavens and slay all evil annihilation technique. As long as my opponent is within my domain, I can annihilate any part of their body. Targeted annihilation. Anlin's expression shifted. This technique was extremely difficult to defend against. If little Xia had targeted his heart instead of his clothes, gasp! How terrifying! Little Xia was quite smug at the sight of Anlin's fearful expression, and she extended a second finger. The second technique is the vanquish the heavens and slay all evil purification technique. It can cleanse the opponent of poisons, curses, restrictions, and all types of negative energy. Anlin smacked his lips. This second technique seemed to be quite good as well. The third technique is the vanquish the heavens and slay all evil depravity technique. It can make the target fall under the influence of the sword intent and fall into a demonic state, thereby becoming your servant. And Lin sighed with emotion upon hearing this. You can be an angel, but you can also be a demon. Little Xia, you sure have a variety of styles. I can't compare to you. You can be a pervert, but you can also be a B***starred. Little Xia replied humbly. And Lin, do you want your face pinched again? And Lin asked with a sinister expression. Little Xia recoiled slightly. You said you weren't going to pinch me today. All right, hurry up and teach me your sword techniques. And Lin urged, didn't you say that after becoming a divine tool, there's a method to directly instill sword techniques and true intent? There is, but a hesitant expression appeared on little Xia's face. I've overexerted myself. Let me recover first. Sure. And Lin was very much looking forward to it. Dabai continued to paddle in the air. Big brother, where are we going next? Woof. The place we're going to next is going to be very interesting. And Lin pulled out a map with a smile on his face as he looked at the location of the last dark bead. What place is it that Big Brother is so excited about? Woof. Dabai was curious. The 5-colored lightning pit. And Lin replied. Dabai's body shuddered and it almost fell from the sky. It turned to Lin with astonishment on its face. Big Brother, is that the mythological beast sex 5-colored lightning pit? What else could it be? Is there a second 5-colored lightning pit? And Lin chuckled. A rare expression of fear appeared on Dabai's face. Our sex 5-colored lightning pit is the exclusive body refinement ground for Grand Elder Kuei. How could the dark bead be there? Even if it was, Kuei wouldn't let us go to such a private place to find it. Woof. Your father is one of the 3 immortal beasts Tyrant King. So he definitely has a way, and Lin said with a smile. As long as there was a connection, everything was negotiable. But I don't want to go home. I'm being urged to get married as soon as I get home, woof. Dabai spoke with an aggrieved expression. It just wanted to be a single dog. Why was it so difficult? And Lin stroked Dabai's head with a meaningful and heartfelt expression. Dabai, you have to understand that you are a dog, not a human. Please change your standards of beauty and stop appreciating beautiful women as a human. No, I don't want to. I like big sisters with fair skin, long legs, and big breasts, woof. Dabai struggled with all its might with an unyielding expression, and Lin massaged his brows and decided to postpone this matter for another time. Let's go, Dabai. Let's go to the mythological beast sect. And Lin said, Sure, but you have to promise me one thing, Big Brother. If my parents urge me to get married, you have to help me. Woof. Dabai implored nervously. No problem. And Lin immediately agreed. He just had to stop them from getting married. He could do it. After receiving Lin's promise, Dabai was finally a little less nervous. The 3 of them continued onward. After a long while, a majestic, immortal mountain appeared before their eyes. The mountain was massive, and the scenery was picturesque, extending as far as the eye could see. There were white cranes dancing in the air, spirit monkeys frolicking, and there were also many people walking lions, squirrels, fish, and all kinds of other small animals. It was a harmonious scene. There's no need to go through the main gate. Let's go straight to the inner court, woof. Dabai carried Lin and little Xia into the depths of the immortal mountain. Yo, Dabai, you're finally back. Are you here to marry Qinghua? A pleasant voice sounded from behind them. Chapter 1250. Dabai shuddered upon hearing the words, marry Qinghua. He turned around to find a 4-winged black crow following behind him with a smile on its face. Phew, big sister Mao Chen, you scared me to death. Woof. Dabai heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that it was Mao Chen, and Lin was a little puzzled. Why aren't you nervous after seeing Mao Chen? A gay smile appeared on Debai's face. That's because Big Sister Mao Chen is also a single person. Woof. Mao Chen proudly stretched out its neck and raised its 4 huge wings. Being single is free, happy, and carefree. I only belong to the blue sky. I don't belong to anyone. And Lin was slightly stunned by the 4-winged black crow's aura. Debai turned to Lin with an elated expression. What do you think? Big Sister Mao Chen is my role model. She's free and unfettered. How great is that? She's the most beautiful like that. Woof! And Lin nodded. This was what a true bachelor should be like. She was proud and confident, and she didn't even spare a glance at any living beings. She lived her life to the fullest. However, right at this moment, Mao Chen finally saw Lin's face clearly. Her body trembled with excitement. Huh? Your sect leader Lin? Ah, I am indeed Lin. Fellow Taoist Mao Chen, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And Lin greeted in a friendly manner. Ah! Mao Chen squealed with excitement, and all the feathers on her body stood on end. It really is you and Lin. My idol, the person I love the most. Do you know how many suitors I've turned down for you? I belong to you. And Lin and Debai's mouths gaped open in shock. Didn't you say you belonged to the blue sky? And Lin was a little scared. Mao Chen extended her wings toward Lin and offered words of praise. To me, you are the blue sky, the moon, the sun, everything. And Lin, Debai, and Lin clutched his chest as 10,000 divine beasts stampeded across his heart. What the hell was going on? Tears welled up in Debai's eyes as he said in grief, No. Sister Mao Chen, why is it like this? Didn't you say you wanted to be single? Why did he have someone he liked again? Woof! It wasn't easy to find a single ally. In the end, Mao Chen betrayed the organization the moment she saw Lin. Debai could not accept such a cruel reality. Seeing this, Lin righteously refused. I don't like birds. As soon as he said that, Mao Chen's body changed. A beautiful woman, dressed in black feathers, with 4 wings behind her appeared in front of Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you like my current appearance? The woman's voice was gentle and flirtatious, and her phoenix-like eyes were glistening, capable of seizing one's soul and shaking one's mind. The snowy white skin beneath the black feathers and her curvaceous figure were even more alluring, and Lin and Debai drew a sharp intake of breath in unison. She turned into a human just because she didn't like birds? What a terrifying maneuver. I still don't understand why you like me. And Lin calmed himself down. A vibrant smile appeared on Mao Chen's face. The Southern Heavenly Wing Nation's Sun Tree, War, God and Lin, is you right? So, I guessed right. And Lin was unable to deny this. You are the idol of all the birds in the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation, so you are naturally my idol as well. Aside from that, you've also killed a monarch of the Darkwing tribe. Our Dark Crow tribe has always been persecuted by the Darkwing tribe, so I've been very excited to see you do something like that. Aside from that, you're the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. However, you've issued an order for the sect to seek justice for some sect cultivators and itinerant cultivators who are in dire straits. You're a true hero in the cultivation world, and Lin came to a sudden realization. This was all because of Kong Zuexiang. Mao Chen leaned forward and looked at Lin with a vibrant expression. You're such a good person, so why can't I like you? And Lin, Debai, please don't abuse me anymore. And Lin was a little overwhelmed by Mao Chen's passion, and he could only wave his hands. If you like me, then so be it. I'm not going to accept you anyway. I'm already taken. I know that. A nonchalant smile appeared on Mao Chen's face as she clasped a hand over her chest. Hence, I'm going to place my feelings for you in the blue sky. I still have some things to do, so I'll be taking my leave now. The woman in black turned around and flew into the blue sky again as she spoke, leaving a few drops of translucent liquid in her wake. There was even a faint sound of ing-ing-ing. Dabai looked on at Mao Chen's departing figure with a grief-stricken expression. "Big brother in, why do you have to force me to face this cruel reality?" Woof! A wry smile appeared on Enlin's face. "You can't blame me for this. It's like a pot falling from the sky." Little Xia was also a little disappointed. She was still waiting for Enlin to succumb to Mao Chen's enticement and do something inappropriate. Only then would she be able to kill him with a borrowed knife. That's right, borrow Xiaolan's knife. The three of them continued onward. Not long after that, they arrived at a very intricate courtyard. Dabai carefully pushed open the door before calling out, "Father, Mother, I'm back, woof!" A slender and beautiful white dog was meditating, and it slowly opened its bright eyes with a smile. "Dabai, you're back." An adorable and mighty Dabai dog was sunbathing, and it also opened its eyes lazily before its eyes lit up. "Yo, Dabai, you're back with Enlin." Enlin immediately extended a greeting with a smile. Junior Enlin pays his respects to Senior by Xian and Senior Chun. "No need to be so polite, we're all family," by Xian said with a buoyant smile. He was one of the 3 immortal beast overlords of the mythological beast sect, but Enlin was the sect leader of the 4-9 immortal sect, so his status wasn't inferior to his. "Come, have a seat." Chun also became more enthusiastic, and she brought out a table and a chair from her storage ring. Not only did she brew some tea, but she also brought out a few spirit fruits. "There's no need to be so polite, Mr. Enlin. Just treat this as your home. We haven't thanked you yet." "Then I won't hold back." Enlin wasn't a pretentious person, and he sat down before munching on a valuable spirit fruit. Bai Xian looked at Enlin with approval in his eyes, and he was extremely surprised and elated. Enlin had achieved so much at such a young age, and Dabai's cultivation base had also progressed at a rapid pace by following him. Bai Xian had made the right decision to allow Dabai to follow Enlin in the past, and it looked like he had made the right decision. Chun was also becoming more and more fond of Enlin. What a handsome and adorable young man. Dabai couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved when he saw that Bai Xian and Chun's eyes were all focused on Enlin, and they completely ignored this child who had finally returned home after such a long time. Right at this moment, Chun finally turned to Dabai. The first thing he said was, "Dabai, did you come back to find Qing Hua and marry her?" Dabai. Chapter 1251. Dabai's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his mother. She was urging him to get married right away? This was going to happen faster than he had imagined, and Lin shuddered upon hearing this, and he knew that the real challenge was about to arrive. A faint smile appeared on Bai Xian's face upon seeing this. "Brother Dabai, didn't that clown we met last time marry a beautiful vixen? It's time for you to get married, isn't it?" "Father, Mother, we can't rush this. I'm still young. I'm only a 50-year-old baby wolf." Dabai struggled with all his might. "When it comes to relationships, you'll miss them if you wait too long. Qing Hua has waited for you for so many years, and she's never had a change of heart. If such a good dog were to disappear and be chased away by another dog, where would you find such a good dog in the future?" Chun analyzed with a gentle expression. Dabai turned toward Enlin, only to find that Enlin was spacing out. "Dabai, didn't you say you were going to help me get married?" It wasn't that Enlin didn't want to help, he really was spacing out. Chun's words had reminded him of his relationship with Xiaolan. Waiting too long wasn't a good idea. Should he strike while the iron was hot? Just as he was deep in thought, a warm hand pressed down on his own, and Lin looked down to discover that it was a dog paw. "Big brother in, what are you thinking? Aren't you going to say something?" Dabai grimaced. "And Lin, Senior Bai Xian, Senior Chun, didn't you mention Xiao Chou and Bai Yao's marriage? It just so happens that they didn't miss each other just because they waited too long." And Lin smiled. "They've waited for over 100 years, and they've persisted this entire time. Even though they haven't seen each other even once during this time, their relationship hasn't deteriorated. Hence, time won't make a true relationship deteriorate. Well, Chun didn't expect Lin to speak up for Dabai. Big brother and his right. Woof! Dabai clapped his paws excitedly. Parents would never listen to their children when it came to urging them to get married. Some words, some principles, had to be said by outsiders for them to be effective. Seniors, there's no need to be anxious. Any relationship needs something to prove its existence. Without going through trials and tribulations, it has to be appraised through the passage of time. Otherwise, it would be too unreliable. And Lin continued to persuade. Take Qinghua as an example. She likes Dabai, but Dabai hasn't recognized himself and his feelings for Qinghua. If you force them to be together like this, it will be unfair to both Qinghua and Dabai. Bai Xian and Chun were clearly thinking whether or not they had been too hasty. And Lin struck while the iron was hot, and he continued, Take me and Xiaolon for example. We truly love each other, but I still insist on our 100-year promise. I don't even want to get married a year earlier. It's for the sake of using these 100 years to verify our feelings. Only in this way can she and I be together forever. Dabai's mouth gaped open. Was that really the case? Little Xia rolled her eyes. How shameless of him. Bai Xian and Chun looked at each other. They were both a little convinced. Sometimes it was better to use oneself as a classic example. That's right, even an outstanding man like Lin wasn't anxious. So why should Dabai be? Bai Xian thought about it for a moment before smiling. All right, the child's mother and I were just saying. Dabai, you should be more careful. I definitely will, woof. Dabai was extremely elated, as if he had just received a massive release. And Lin also smiled. I will supervise Dabai's love life. I guarantee that Dabai will recognize himself and discover true love under my supervision. Bai Xian paused momentarily before replying. Seeing as that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Lin to supervise and discipline him. As for Dabai, I really do need Mr. Lin's help. Please tell me, Senior Bai Xian. I'll be sure to do it, and Lin replied. It was a good thing to ask for help. The worst thing to do was to ask for help. As for Dabai, aside from looking at female dogs, if it sees any beauties of other races and looks at them with a lecherous gaze, slap it. If it still drools, slap it twice. If it dares to go to places like brothels, break its legs. Bai Xian enunciated each and every word clearly, and Lin and Dabai drew a sharp intake of breath in unison. Father, you're trying to kill me. Dabai was on the verge of tears. Chun and Bai Xian's expressions were extremely grave. Chun chimed in, I don't have to rush you into marriage, but you have to love a dog. Bai Xian continued, Mr. Lin, we'll give you the authority to beat up Dabai, and we'll be leaving you in the lurch from now on. And Lin extended a respectful salute. I'll be sure to live up to your expectations, Senior. From now on, beating up Dabai would be perfectly justifiable. Just thinking about it was quite thrilling. Eating, sleeping, and beating up Dabai. There was now another entertainment option for them. Dabai was in despair. He felt like his life as a dog had lost all meaning. Thus, the matter of rushing them into marriage was temporarily resolved by Lin's glib tongue. Bai Xian and Chun turned their attention elsewhere, and Lin and Dabai were also contemplating how to tell them about the 5-colored lightning pit. Oh, this little girl is so adorable. Can I touch her? Chun looked at little Xia with a doting expression. She was a little stunned. Little Xia shot an expressionless glance at Chun. Piss off. And Lin, Chun, Dabai, Senior Chun, please don't take it to heart. Little Xia didn't do it on purpose. She has a very strange temper and tells everyone to piss off. But she doesn't really want you to piss off, and Lin hurriedly explained. Chun's lips twitched. Even if she was told to piss off, she wouldn't do it. And Lin immediately made little Xia return to the evil slaying sword. Bai Xian and Chun's pupils contracted slightly as they looked at little Xia, who had transformed into a sword projection and fused into the evil-slaying sword. That was a sword spirit. Dubai immediately changed the subject. Woof woof. Big brother and I have something to do on our return trip. What is it? Bai Xian asked in a calm voice. He wasn't surprised in the slightest that Dubai had something to do. It would be a miracle if he really did come back to visit his parents. There was no way his Dubai would be so proactive, and he had brought in Lin with him. Big brother and wants to enter the 5-colored lightning pit to search for something. Woof. Dubai replied, 5-colored lightning pit. Bai Xian's expression shifted. What is it? Chen asked with a grave expression. A bead. It should be somewhere in the 5-colored lightning pit. Can you ask Kuei for me? And Lin continued. The dark bead had fallen into the depths of the 5-colored lightning pit from beyond the heavens tens of thousands of years ago, so Kuei most likely hadn't noticed it. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't have been completed by return to Void Intermediate Stage Huangfuan. Bai Xian was a little conflicted, but he still nodded. All right, I'll ask Grand Elder Kuei for your help. And Lin was elated to hear this. Thank you, Senior Bai Xian. As long as he could enter the 5-colored lightning pit, everything would be fine. Chapter 1252. Divine Beast Sect, Myriad Beasts Extreme Light Hull. An ox deity with a single dark yellow eye in the center of his face was sitting on an ancient jade throne. His entire body was ashen gray, and his breathing was accompanied by thunderclaps. Purple gold lightning coiled around its body, flickering and dazzling like the sun and moon. That single, thick leg seemed to be able to flatten a mountain with a single stomp. This ox deity was the Divine Beast Sect's Grand Elder, Kuei Ox. It was a renowned Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, but it was currently looking forward with a grave expression. There was an extremely graceful divine sparrow up ahead. Her feathers were extremely beautiful, rippling with 9 different colors. Her tail feathers were like a dancing dress, overflowing with light and vibrant colors, as if a colorful goddess was dancing in the sky. Even though the divine vermilion bird was merely standing on the spot, it was already a spectacular sight to behold. Mr. Kuei, have you made up your mind? You've already been thinking for 3 days, the divine vermilion bird said in an unhurried voice. Your offer is indeed very tempting. 2 9-flame Truyang fruits are already as valuable as 2 divine fruits. However, the price is to enter the death lightning grounds in the 5-colored lightning pool and take away all of the treasures inside. Kuei Nyo said with a conflicted look on his face. The divine vermilion bird chuckled. The treasures inside might not even be worth 2 9-flame Truyang fruits. Furthermore, even you, a divine beast that stands at the peak of the lightning attribute, can't enter. Yet I have a way to do so. You've given me 2 9-flame Truyang fruits for nothing. Are you still not satisfied with this? One had to admit that the Kuei Ox was tempted. The 5-colored lightning pit was one of the 10 most perilous places in the Kingdom of the 9 States. It usually used the 5-colored lightning pool to temper its body, but the Death Lightning Land was like a forbidden area. Even it couldn't force its way in. It wasn't that there weren't any other Tao integration stage super mighty figures who were interested in this place. However, the one who had offered the highest price was the divine vermilion bird, who was standing before it. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird from the southern heavenly wing nation. Just as Kuei Nyo was hesitating, a loud voice came from outside. Divine Beast Sects Bai Xian seeks an audience with Elder Kuei Nyo. Come in. Hearing Bai Xian's voice, Kuei Nyo's expression softened. A mighty and majestic white dog walked in. The huge dog's expression shifted drastically at the sight of the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was an extremely mysterious mythological beast of the southern heavenly wing nation, and she very rarely appeared outside of the sun tree. Why would she appear at the mythological bee sect? Bai Xian could still recall the only time he had seen the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. She had visited the southern heavenly wing nation as a representative of the mythological bee sect. At that time, the divine sparrow suddenly appeared and soared through the 9 heavens, scattering rainbow-colored feathers down from the sky. It was beautiful beyond compare and proud, stunning countless beasts. It could be said that the 9-colored divine vermilion bird was the goddess of the beast tribe. She was beautiful, powerful, and holy. Allow me to introduce you to. This is the mythological beast of the southern heavenly wing nation, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. This is one of the 3 immortal beast overlords of our sect, Bai Xian, Kuei, introduced. Greetings, Senior Divine Sparrow. Bai Xian bowed respectfully. Mr. Bai Xian. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird nodded in greeting. The Kuei cow asked curiously, Bai Xian, why are you looking for me? The sect leader of the 4-9 immortal sect, and Lin, would like to borrow your 5-colored lightning pit, Bai Xian said. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird's eyes lit up, but she didn't say anything. Oh, he wants to come to my 5-colored lightning pit? That's my exclusive territory. What does he want? Kuei asked. The 4-9 immortal sect was very renowned, and Kuei knew a little about Enlin, so he didn't immediately refuse. He seems to want to refine his body. As you know, he's a lightning expert, and he's also very interested in the 5-colored lightning pit. Bai Xian didn't tell Kuei about his search for the bead. Otherwise, it would be the same as telling Kuei that there was a treasure in the 5-colored lightning pit. Kuei was contemplating whether he should agree or not. The 5-colored lightning pit was an extremely important restricted area to him. If something were to happen to it, he would be heartbroken. Well, how about we talk about it later? I'm currently discussing the 5-colored divine vermilion bird with the 5-colored divine vermilion bird. Kuei hesitated for a moment before deciding to decline. There's no need. An extremely pleasant voice sounded. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird suddenly spoke. I'm quite interested in this legendary sect leader of the 4-9 immortal sect. If you agree to let me enter the 5-colored lightning pit, I don't mind going with him. This way, you'll get the treasure, and you'll sell the favor. What's there to be unhappy about? Kuei thought about it for a moment, and it made sense. No matter how powerful Enlin was, he would only be able to wander around the 5-colored lightning pit. What could he possibly do? The 4-9 immortal sect was as powerful as the 9 Imperials now, so it would be easier for him to do the sect leader some favors in the future. Besides, even the 9-colored divine vermilion bird and Bai Xian had spoken up for him. Speaking of which, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird was quite a proud and ethereal being, so it was quite strange that she was interested in Enlin. Kuei was a little surprised, but he still nodded in the end. All right, bring Enlin to see me. Also, 9-colored divine vermilion bird, I agree to your conditions. A vibrant smile appeared on the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's face. Thank you, Mr. Kuei. Bai Xian also departed in a respectful manner. Soon, Enlin received this piece of good news. Under Bai Xian's guidance, he passed through countless statues of ferocious beasts before finally arriving at a hall that was emanating bursts of divine light. As soon as he entered the main hall, he was almost blinded by the radiance of the lightning, which was as bright as the sun and moon. Junior Enlin pays his respects to Senior Kuei. Enlin made a respectful gesture. He then turned to look at the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was simply too beautiful and eye-catching. Her colorful feathers glowed with divine light, and her energy fluctuations were as warm as the spring breeze. He turned to look at the 9-colored divine vermilion bird, only to find that the 9-colored divine vermilion bird was also looking at him, and their eyes met. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird glanced at him before immediately turning away with a haughty expression. And Lin was a little confused. He felt like this 9-colored divine vermilion bird was very familiar. Allow me to introduce you. This is the 9-colored divine vermilion bird of the southern heavenly wing nation. And this is Lin of the 4-9 immortal sect. Kuei introduced with a wide grin, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. It was her, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird of the southern heavenly wing nation, the vermilion bird princess. And Lin was looking at the 9-colored divine vermilion bird with a completely different expression. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird raised her haughty head and looked straight ahead. So you're Lin of the 4-9 immortal sect. You look quite good. You're quite an exceptional young prodigy. And Lin, what the hell was she trying to do? Was she playing a game of pretending not to know him? So you're the 9-colored divine vermilion bird of the southern heavenly wing nation. It's an honor to meet you. You really are the most beautiful mythological beast. And Lin praised. A faint blush appeared on the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's face, but she didn't say anything. Kuei didn't notice the peculiar atmosphere between the two of them. Come with me. I'll take you to the 5-colored lightning pit. Chapter 1253. And Lin was a little hesitant as he looked at the 9-colored divine vermilion bird, who was still ignoring him. We're clearly good friends. Why is she hiding her identity? We've already kissed, but she's still turning on me? Wait, she can't be thinking that I didn't recognize her earlier, right? That really might be the reason, and Lin felt like his intelligence was being looked down upon. He didn't think too much about it and followed Kuei into the mythological beast sect. The 5-colored lightning pit was located in the restricted area of the mythological beast sect. This place was enshrouded in layers of extremely powerful formations, which kept out the terrifying lightning within. However, that was only the outermost lightning. The most powerful lightning was located within a mystic realm within the restricted area. That was the true core of the 5-colored lightning pit, and it was also the place of death for lightning. This was a place of death that even Kuei, who stood at the pinnacle of lightning, was fearful of. With one leg, the Kuei ox leaped forward like a zombie. It didn't need to fly, and it seemed to enjoy this method of movement. The ground beneath its feet trembled violently, creating a comical yet frightening spectacle. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the spell formation. Kuei crouched down slightly before abruptly leaping into the air and kicking the spell formation with one of its thick legs. Boom! A massive hole was blasted open in the spell formation, and Lin felt like his horizons had been broadened. Kuei's method of opening a spell formation was quite unique. Perhaps it liked to show off its legs because it only had one leg? Unfortunately, and Lin was completely uninterested in a leg like this. Come with me. Kuei led the way into the spell formation, and Lin, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird, and Bai Xian followed closely behind it. Upon entering the spell formation, they were greeted by the sight of a sky filled with dark clouds and a terrifying sea of lightning. Blue lightning, crimson lightning, golden lightning, green lightning, purple lightning. 5 different types of lightning fell from the sky like rain, causing heaven and earth to tremble as extremely dazzling light illuminated heaven and earth with different colors. And Lin looked down at the sea of lightning to find that it was a special type of liquid. Countless bolts of lightning flowed over the surface of the liquid, exuding a suffocating aura. If a cultivator below the void return stage were to step into this sea of lightning, they would definitely be blasted to smithereens within a second. However, the Kuei Nyo fearlessly jumped into the lightning. Countless bolts of lightning bombarded his body, but were unable to leave a single mark on his body. Oh, so comfortable, moo! The Kuei ox seemed to be enjoying a supreme treasure sword as it moaned happily. Bai Xian stretched out a claw and entered the sea of lightning. Immediately, lightning struck its body and numbness and tearing pain spread throughout its body. It was so frightened that it immediately retracted its claw. This lightning is so terrifying. It spoke with a solemn expression. Bai Xian was a return to void final stage mighty figure, but he immediately retreated upon coming into contact with the sea of lightning. It was clear that he was also feeling quite uncomfortable. And Lin, you have to be careful. This 5-colored sea of lightning isn't simple. It looked at Enlin with a concerned expression. Kuei turned to Enlin with a hint of a smile on its face. Come down, Mr. Enlin. I'm warning you, don't use any flying spell techniques. Once you fly in the sky, the 5-colored lightning that falls from the sky will land on your body. That is equivalent to suicide. If you're scared, you can go back. I won't blame you. Kuei spoke with a smile, but its voice was tinged with mockery and disdain. And Lin smiled in response. You're worrying too much, Senior Kuei. Don't worry. This bit of lightning is nothing to me. I'll come down right away. He stepped into the sea of lightning as he spoke. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning began to fall toward Enlin at an extremely fast speed. Bai Xian turned to look at Enlin with a nervous expression. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird also turned to Enlin. Enlin spread open its arms, as if welcoming a child into its embrace. Lightning roared with earth-shattering might. Countless bolts of terrifying lightning flowed into Enlin's body, destroying everything within it in a frenzy, as if they were trying to tear apart every single inch of his skin, every single bone, and every single muscle on his body. Ah! And Lin's body instinctively shuddered as he let loose a cry of surprise. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird's expression shifted slightly, and she was just about to spring into action. This feels good. And Lin let loose another cry of surprise as his eyes lit up. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird. Senior Kuei, your bathhouse is awesome. And Lin gave it a thumbs up. Kuei's lips twitched imperceptibly. If you want to do something, then hurry up and do it. I'm going to take the 9-colored divine vermilion bird to the depths of the lightning pit. It thought that Enlin wanted to use the lightning pit to refine his body, so it ignored Enlin. The divine lightning did indeed refine his body. Enlin's flesh, bones, and meridians were all strengthened by the divine lightning. Not only that, but Kirin also began to stir within his sea of vital energy, as if he wanted to take a bath outside, but he was still hesitating. Boom! The 9-colored divine vermilion bird also stepped into the sea of lightning. 5-colored divine lightning flowed over her body, making her feathers appear even more vibrant and vibrant. She didn't enjoy the 5-colored divine lightning pit as much as Kuei did, but she wasn't fearful either. Kuei led the way, and the 9-colored divine vermilion bird trailed behind it. And Lin unleashed his divine sense to survey his surroundings, but he didn't discover anything. He thought about it for a moment before following after them. Why are you following me? Kuei's expression shifted upon seeing this, and Lin chuckled. The lightning outside isn't that great. It'll be even better if I go in. Kuei's face convulsed slightly, but he didn't stop Enlin in the end. If you're not afraid of death, then come with me. The deeper they went into the lightning pit, the more fearsome the lightning became. Lightning fell relentlessly from the sky, striking Kuei, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird, and Enlin. The lightning in the sea also struck the 3 of them relentlessly. 2 of them were Tao integration stage mythological beasts, while 1 was a soul formation stage cultivator. They endured the boundless bolts of lightning as they continued onward. It was quite a peculiar, yet harmonious scene. However, the return to void final stage by Xian's face had turned deathly pale. Mr. Enlin sure is an extraordinary man. To think that he would be able to hang out with Tao integration stage mythological beasts. Bai Xian's worldview had been completely shattered by this scene, and Lin wasn't afraid of these bolts of lightning. He possessed the body of the war god, the earth lotus supreme skill, and the evading turtle technique. On top of that, he had refined his body countless times, so his body was already extremely powerful. As such, These five-color divine lightning were nothing to him. Tamer of divine lightning, super heavenly lightning god. These titles were not just for show. Thus, Enlil trailed behind Kuei and the nine-colored divine vermilion bird for over 10 kilometers. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird turned to look at Enlil with astonishment on her face. Kuei had thought that Enlil would only be able to walk for a kilometer at most. However, he was able to follow them for over 10 kilometers without any problems. Kuei was instantly unable to remain calm. Enlil, what the hell are you trying to do? Kuei was astonished. Enlil waved his hand with a forlorn expression. Sigh, the lightning here doesn't feel as good after a while. It's tasteless and tasteless. Your lightning pit isn't that great either. Kuei. Chapter 1254. Kuei almost exploded with rage upon hearing Enlin's words. You can look down on anyone, but you can't look down on his lightning pool. Hee, the lightning pool here isn't very powerful? All right then, you can keep coming. I'll show you what a truly terrifying lightning pool looks like. Kuei chuckled coldly and didn't pursue the matter of Enlil following them. Instead, it was more than happy to let Enlil follow behind it. It was going to show Enlil what true pain and despair was like. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird was also a little surprised. If you can't handle it, then don't force it. The place Kuei and I are going to next is dangerous, even for Tao integration stage, super mighty figures. Enlil could hear the concern in the nine-colored divine vermilion bird's voice, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything that I'm not confident in. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird was unable to persuade Enlil, so she decided to just ignore him. If the lightning was too powerful for him to handle, then he would naturally give up. Thus, the three of them continued onward. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, after another 10,000 meters, a mysterious, inky black rock with starlight shimmering within it appeared before everyone. The rock was extremely massive. It was oblate and over 10,000 feet in size. It exuded extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, and a lightning rift had appeared on its exterior. From the outside, one could see that boundless lightning power seemed to be imbued within the rift, and just a single glance at it was enough to pierce one's soul. This seemed to be the center of the sea of lightning. The lightning power was already extremely terrifying, and several dozen bolts of lightning struck his body every second. Kuei turned to Enlil with shock on his face. Who would have thought that you would be able to make it this far? You're already doing very well. You're more powerful than any return to void stage mighty figure I've ever seen. You can temper your body here. You won't be able to step in front of you. Enlil had won Kuei's acknowledgement through his actions. He was not elated at all upon hearing Kuei's words. Instead, there was a hint of disappointment on his face. Is this all the five-colored lightning pit can do? To be honest, after getting used to it, I really don't feel anything. Enlil showed a look of disdain as he swallowed a few bolts of lightning. He looked bold and unrestrained, as if the five-colored lightning was nothing to him. When Kuei Nyo saw Enlin's appearance, its eyes widened. Was this human really not afraid of thunder? How dare you look down on my five-colored lightning pool? I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Ha! Since sect leader Enlil thinks that the lightning here isn't strong enough, why don't you come with me to the core area of the five-colored lightning pool to take a look? The Kuei ox laughed coldly. Oh, core area? I'm really interested. I hope you won't disappoint me. Enlil revealed a curious expression, but he was already cheering in his heart. Who would have thought that the Kuei ox would take the initiative to bring him to the core of the five-colored lightning pool with just a little provocation? This plan really worked. Kuei didn't mind Enlil entering the core area. Even it didn't dare to touch the lightning there. Was Enlil really going to be able to withstand the might of the lightning there? It could take Enlil there and take him down a peg or two. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird was a little curious as she looked at Enlil. and Lin wouldn't rest no matter where he went. What was he trying to do this time? Come with me. Kuei's voice was like thunder as it harumphed. After saying that, its huge body squeezed through the crack in the lightning light on the stone. And Lin also followed Kuei into the crack, and he was struck by a powerful sense of spatial teleportation. In the next instant, and Lin appeared in a place where there was no light. His surroundings were a vast expanse of darkness and nothingness. Up ahead, the five-colored lightning lit up the entire space. The lightning intertwined like a net and surged like a tsunami, creating a barrier of divine lightning that made it impossible to see the path up ahead. And Lin's heart began to throb involuntarily as he stood outside the barrier. The level of this lightning was simply too high. Each and every bolt of lightning was comparable to a lightning technique that had been infused with the power of the divine Tao, and there were tens of millions of such bolts of lightning here. What kind of concept was this? This meant that even Tao integration stage super mighty figures could fall within this barrier of lightning. This was a place where no one could enter. So there were bound to be precious treasures. And Lin felt like he had come to the right place. Kuei couldn't enter this place, so the dark bead was still waiting for its fated person. Ha ha ha. Sect leader and Lin, this is the core area of my five-colored lightning pit. What do you think? Does this type of lightning suit your taste? Do you dare to give it a try? A smug expression appeared on Kuei's face as it looked at Enlin with an amused expression. Sect leader Enlin, even Kuei can't handle this lightning. Please don't go. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird couldn't help but interject. The five-colored divine lightning here was countless times more powerful than normal divine lightning. If any one of them were to fall in the outside world, it would be able to cause a catastrophic disaster. Thank you for your warning, nine-colored divine vermilion bird. I'll be fine. And Lin smiled with extreme confidence upon hearing the nine-colored divine vermilion bird's concern. You. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird was about to explode with rage upon hearing Enlin's words. Why was he so stubborn? What do you want? A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Enlin's mind. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird had used a voice transmission technique. Ha! Vermilion bird princess, why don't you keep up the act? And Lin transmitted his voice with a smile. A hint of shock flashed through the nine-colored divine vermilion bird's eyes. How did you know it was me? Don't underestimate my intelligence. And Lin transmitted his voice to Enlin. On that day, both of them had guessed the other's identity, but they had a tacit understanding not to reveal it. Now that they were meeting again, there was no need to conceal their identities. A hint of humiliation appeared on the nine-colored divine vermilion bird's face. Let's not talk about this for now. What do you want? The lightning up ahead is really dangerous, and you could die if you take one wrong step. I want to go to the place where Kuei can't go, the innermost part of the five-colored lightning pit. There should be something I'm looking for there, a bead. And Lin didn't hide anything from the nine-colored divine vermilion bird. He trusted the vermilion bird princess. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to Enlin with a peculiar expression. What a coincidence. I'm going in there as well. And Lin stared at the nine-colored divine vermilion bird with incredulity. Even Kuei can't go in there, so why are you so confident? A cold smile appeared on the nine-colored divine vermilion bird's face. That's what I wanted to ask you. Even Kuei can't go in there, so why are you so confident? And Lin almost choked on his own words. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Oi, why are you two exchanging glances with one another? Do you know each other? Kuei stared blankly at the nine-colored divine vermilion bird and Enlin, feeling like things weren't as simple as they seemed. And Lin and the nine-colored divine vermilion bird both turned awkwardly toward the front. I'm also going to get a treasure up ahead. I'll help you get the bead, but for safety's sake, just stay where you are. Don't get involved in any pointless conflict. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird transmitted her voice again. And Lin thought about it for a moment and decided that this was indeed a feasible plan. He trusted the vermilion bird princess. She was an honest and straightforward woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to help him even after seeing through his disguise at the sun tree. However, was the vermilion bird princess really confident that she could pass through this divine lightning barrier? Would she encounter any danger if she tried to pass through it? Just as Lin was beginning to hesitate, a crisp ding-dong suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 1255. And Lin shuddered upon hearing this. What the hell? He only came to his senses a moment later. That was most likely the system's voice. My God, is the system finally alive? And Lin couldn't help but shed tears of excitement as he opened his system. The special mission tab was flashing. He opened the special mission. Detected that host has entered the chaotic lightning stone space, now assigning the following mission. Relinquish all resistance and stand still within the core of the five-colored divine lightning for 1 minute. Mission success. Receive stage 3 lightning type cultivation method. Lightning essence cultivation method. Mission failure. You'll probably die. Note: this mission cannot be rejected. Otherwise, your intelligence will be reduced by 100 points. And Lin was completely dumbstruck upon seeing the mission details. Relinquish all resistance and stand still within the core of the five-colored divine lightning for 1 minute? Is this going to kill me? The reason why Lin was so confident in the lightning pit was because aside from his powerful divine body, he could also use his powerful vital energy to protect himself and draw upon Kirin's power. The lightning before him was powerful enough to threaten even Dao integration stage super mighty figures. If he didn't use his power, how was he supposed to survive? No wonder the system said that mission failure would result in death. What the F*CK was this? He wouldn't even be able to stand for 1 minute before being blasted into smithereens. What else could it be but death? Should he forcefully reject it? But if his intelligence was reduced by 100 points, wouldn't he become a real retard? And Lin roared in his heart. He had thought that there would be a good mission, but it turned out to be a mission that screwed him over with his life. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird immediately offered words of consolation upon seeing Lin's expression. It's all right, shamelessin. You're scared. I'll extract the bead for you. Please trust me. Kuei chortled with glee. Ha ha ha. Are your legs weak from fear? Don't worry, I won't laugh at you, ha. This mythological beast was completely oblivious to the fact that it was laughing at Lin. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird glowered at Kuei with an enraged expression. You're a Dao integration stage mythological beast, but you don't dare to enter this divine lightning realm. Instead, you're making fun of a soul formation stage cultivator. The Kuei cow's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and its expression became extremely awkward. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird's words struck the nail on the head. This was like a university student mocking an elementary school student for not being able to solve a math problem. Was he F***king retarded? Humph. I'm just teasing him for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. If you can't do it, don't brag recklessly, lest you make a fool of yourself. Kuei tried to defend himself, but he was also quite perplexed. Why was the usually arrogant nine-colored divine vermilion bird so protective of that brat? The nine-colored divine vermilion bird pursed her lips and completely ignored Kuei. She turned around and pulled out a golden feather from her spatial tool before placing it in front of her and making her way toward the divine lightning barrier. At this moment, a pulling force suddenly came from the tail. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird turned around to discover that Lin had latched onto her arm, and her expression faltered slightly. What is it? Well, I have something to discuss with you. And Lin smiled with a pale face. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird looked at Lin with a suspicious expression. What is it? Kuei's ears also perked up with curiosity, wanting to hear what Lin was up to. And Lin took a deep breath with a grave expression. I need to relinquish all resistance and stand still within the 5-colored divine lightning core for 1 minute. You can count the time, and if I can't come back after 1 minute, you can pull me out. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird, Kuei, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird stared at Lin with a confused expression. W8. What did you say? Have you gone insane? Relinquish all resistance and resist the lightning for 1 minute. Kuei's single eye widened as he yelled, Mr. Lin, if you want to commit suicide, then please present a suicide declaration to the outside world. Otherwise, the outside world might think that our mythological beast sect has done something unforgivable to you. And Lin ignored Kuei and looked into the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's beautiful eyes. I'm serious. I'm not crazy. This is one of the strange things I want to do. You know what I mean. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was enlightened upon hearing this, but she was still extremely concerned. But you're really going to die if you do this. She was aware of Lin's combat prowess. After all, they had battled at the arena before. Relinquishing all resistance and resisting the lightning for 1 minute was tantamount to suicide. Even a mythological beast like Kuei wouldn't dare to do something like this. Sect leader Lin, even if you want to prove that you're a man, you don't have to do this, do you? What are you after? Kuei was still unable to understand Lin's actions and felt like he was a lunatic. And Lin continued to ignore Kuei's words as he looked at the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. Just trust me. I can definitely do this. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird looked into Lin's clear and determined eyes, and after a few moments of silence, she finally nodded. All right, I'll go crazy with you just this once. Last time he kissed the sun. This time he embraced the lightning. Each time was crazier than the last. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird knew that she couldn't stop Lin, so she decided to help Lin to the best of her ability. And Lin finally heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He waved a hand before making his way toward the core of the 5-colored divine lightning. His footsteps weren't fast, but they were extremely determined. In front of him was the core of the terrifying 5-colored heavenly lightning. Thunder appeared out of thin air. Wherever it moved, the air would tremble and crack. The lightning was breathtaking. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning blended together like an exploding nuclear bomb. The extreme heat and the extreme power were enough to annihilate everything into ashes. And Lin didn't unleash any defensive power. Instead, he walked into the core of the divine lightning. Endless lightning struck his entire body in an instant, destroying his skin, destroying his internal organs, destroying his flesh and bones. It was as if this life form was going to be crushed into ashes. The excruciating pain and tearing sensation swept toward Lin like a tsunami, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably as if he had been dissected by the lightning. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird immediately began to count down, and Lin's body was almost instantly charred black. He had given up all resistance. Even with his body of the war god, he wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying might of the lightning. The 5-colored divine lightning instantly engulfed Lin's body. Kuei's heart was pounding with fear, and he almost transmitted his voice to the 4-9 Immortal sect to inform them to prepare for Lin's funeral. All of a sudden, a voice erupted from within the countless bolts of divine lightning. Ha ha ha! Only this type of divine lightning feels good. Let the divine lightning strike even more ferociously. And Lin's hearty voice sounded. The Kuei cow widened its single, round eye as it stared at the interior of the heavenly lightning tribulation in shock. And Lin's body was clearly on the brink of collapse, but he was chortling with glee. Kuei almost knelt down in front of this human. He had thought that he was bad *ss enough just by bathing in the lightning pit. But who would have thought that this human would relinquish all resistance and bathe in the core of the lightning pit? Not only that, but he seemed to be feeling very good. A sense of admiration welled up in his heart. Kuei almost couldn't resist yelling bad *Sesed Lin, but he repressed himself in the end. Chapter 1256. Only 10 seconds had passed, and Kuei was already in awe of Enlin. Enlin was still yelling in ecstasy, as if he was being struck by countless bolts of lightning. A confused expression appeared on Kuei's face. Could it be that being struck by these bolts of lightning was really satisfying? It took a couple of steps forward and lowered its defenses before extending its head to test the power of the lightning. Rumble! Countless bolts of terrifying lightning instantly spread through its entire body, tearing it apart. Moo! Kuei let loose a sharp cry and immediately leaped back. After escaping from the range of the divine lightning exterminating realm, white smoke was already rising from its head, and there were signs of injuries on its head. The entire process took less than a second. This was a familiar formula, a familiar taste. The divine lightning hadn't changed at all, and it was still as terrifying and powerful as ever. *CK, this Enlin really is a lunatic. He's being struck by lightning like this, but he still dares to give up all of his defenses. Kuei stared at Enlin with lingering fear in its heart. It really didn't dare to do something so insane. About a dozen seconds passed, and Lin's consciousness began to blur as he was engulfed in a sea of destructive lightning. 1 minute was still too long for him, and he felt like he really was going to die here. He suddenly wanted to yell for the 9-colored divine vermilion bird to pull him out. So what if he was mentally retarded? Mentally retarded children had a lot of fun, so it was better than dying here. However, he suddenly discovered that he was already unable to speak. That's right, his body had been severely injured, and he no longer had the strength to speak. It's over, it's really over, and Lin's heart was filled with despair. On the brink of death, within his sea of vital energy. And Kirin suddenly opened his bright eyes and pointed a finger into the air. The lightning rampaging through Lin's body began to quickly flow toward his sea of vital energy. And Kirin looked at the boundless divine lightning crashing down upon him like a tsunami, and he opened his mouth wide before inhaling and exhaling. The divine lightning was like a vortex that flowed relentlessly into Kirin's stomach. And Lin felt as if his entire body had become extremely light, and all of the divine lightning striking his body was directly absorbed into a sea of vital energy, thereby preventing it from harming his body. This, and Lin's pupils contracted, and his first thought was to yell for Kirin to stop. However, Kirin refused to listen and continued to absorb the divine lightning as if he were eating the most delicious food in this world. It's over. All my previous efforts were in vain. The system had told him to give up all resistance, but now, Kirin was resisting. Wait a minute. And Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a crucial point. The system was telling him to relinquish all resistance, and he had already done so. And Kirin wasn't him. And Kirin had his own way of thinking, so who could he blame? And Kirin wasn't in Lin. And Lin decided to just ignore everything else and let Kirin do whatever he wanted. For the next several dozen seconds, and Kirin continued to wolf down the 5-colored divine lightning, and his chubby golden body gradually grew even larger. Time's up. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird yelled from nearby. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Give up all resistance and stand still in the core of the 5-colored heavenly thunder for 1 minute. Now, I will begin to teach you the 3rd level of the thunder origin technique. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Cultivation methods that were imbued with the paramount lightning true intent began to flow into Lin's mind. And Lin's observation of the Tao of lightning deepened, and his lightning manipulation technique and lightning amplification technique were further improved. Not only that, but he had also obtained the lightning engulfment technique. All lightning in heaven and earth could engulf heaven and earth. And Lin's eyes lit up as he made his way out of the core of the five-colored heavenly thunder with his own power. Kuei stared blankly at the charred human before him as waves of shock surged through his heart. He did it. He really did it. My God, what the hell was going on? Where did such a terrifying cultivator in the divine transformation realm come from? And Lin's body was charred black, and a smile appeared on his face as white smoke wafted from his mouth. He made a peace sign with his hands and chuckled in a hoarse voice. Yay, this lightning strike feels so good, it's really tasty. Kuei's mouth gaped open in astonishment, and Lin's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and his body fell backward as he fainted. And Lin, the nine-colored divine vermilion bird, instantly caught in Lin with her wings. His injuries are so severe. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird cradled the charred Lin in her arms and immediately unleashed a powerful healing technique. There's no part of his body that's still intact. I wonder how he managed to survive. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird stared at Lin with a pained and shocked expression. She thought to herself for a moment before pulling out an immortal pill from her storage ring before stuffing it into Lin's mouth. The enormous power of the pill was activated by Lin's evergreen technique, and the nine-colored divine vermilion bird was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. So Lin's injuries were quickly recovering. Nine-colored divine vermilion bird, are you not going to enter the core region of the lightning pit? Kuei asked. I'll save Lin first, the nine-colored divine vermilion bird replied in a firm voice. And Lin's life force is very powerful, and he's already out of danger. Just leave him to me, Kuei said. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird didn't even raise her head as she looked at Lin. I told you, I'll wait for him to recover first. Kuei was a little perplexed. Why did the nine-colored divine vermilion bird hold Lin in such high regard? Had they interacted in the past? Wasn't the nine-colored divine vermilion bird extremely arrogant and rarely appeared outside of the sun tree? Why would she be associated with a soul formation stage, human, cultivator? There were many questions in its mind, but it didn't voice them. 2 hours later, and Lin's charred skin had already peeled off to reveal unscathed skin. However, his clothes were in tatters, and the nine-colored divine vermilion bird was a little embarrassed to see this. If she were a pure bird, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, her second essential form was that of a human, so she was very sensitive to the human body. As such, she was a little embarrassed to see Lin in his almost nude state. However, the nine-colored divine vermilion bird was cheering herself on in her heart. And Lin had seen her bathing, so what was wrong with her looking at Lin? Besides, this wasn't the first time she had seen Lin in his nude state. Back when he kissed Ili, and Lin's clothes had already been burned to nothingness, so she had already seen him naked once. If there was a first, then there would be a second, thus the nine-colored divine vermilion bird stared at Lin with a blush on her face. Kuei looked at the nine-colored divine vermilion bird, who was staring at Lin with a blush on her face, and he was struck by an indescribable sense of strangeness. Was he unable to keep up with them? And Lin's injuries have been completely healed now. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird carefully placed Lin in midair. She turned to Kuei. I'll leave Mr. Lin in your care. I'm going to make it to the end of the five-colored lightning pit and retrieve the treasures there. Don't worry, leave him to me. Kuei nodded. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird glanced at the unconscious and Lin on the ground before making her way into the lightning pit. Boundless bolts of terrifying divine lightning crashed down upon the nine-colored divine vermilion bird's body in a frenzy. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird pulled out a golden feather, which hovered before her. A golden divine light erupted from the feather, which pierced through the bolts of lightning with an unstoppable force. Don't worry, and Lin, I'll retrieve that bead for you. Chapter 1257. The golden feather was a disposable protective treasure refined by the 9-colored divine vermilion bird and the guardian of the divine sun tree after expending 9 immortal rank materials and 1 divine rank material. Its name was the divine sun feather, and it possessed extremely powerful protective properties. After activating its effects, not only could it defend against attacks from Tao integration stage super mighty figures, it could even defend against attacks from God of Creation stage beings for a period of time. Just the divine sun feather alone cost over 20 million spirit stones to construct. Yet the 9-colored divine vermilion bird had used such a precious one-time protective treasure in a place like this. In the past, she would never have dared to even think about using it. However, Ili had made it to the last step. The opportunity for Tao integration stage lay in the mythological beast sect, in the 5-colored lightning pit. In order to help Ili successfully advance to the Tao integration stage, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird was determined to obtain the treasure within the 5-colored lightning pit. The divine sun feather opened up a path for them, and everything went extremely smoothly. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was enshrouded in a golden divine light, and no divine lightning was able to harm her. Thunder and lightning kept bombarding the divine light, causing thunder clouds to explode. However, it was unable to shake the protective divine light in the slightest. However, she suddenly let loose a cry of surprise. Ah! A crisp cry abruptly cut off. "Ms. Divine Vermilion Bird, what's wrong?" Kuei yelled, but there was no response. He was getting a little anxious. Crap, what do I do? The 9-colored divine vermilion bird must have encountered something. He was just about to charge into the terrifying lightning pit, but he stopped right at the border. No, this lightning pit is too dangerous. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird is in danger even with that miraculous treasure. If I charge in recklessly like this, I'll be committing suicide. Kuei analyzed rationally, and Lin seemed to have heard a cry, and he slowly opened his eyes. Phew, I didn't die and my body is completely unscathed? He sat up with a hint of surprise on his face and looked down at his naked body, which was only covered in a few charred strips of cloth. Mu, you're awake. Kuei turned to look at Lin, and Lin nodded and surveyed his surroundings. How long has it been? How did I recover so quickly? He asked. He knew how badly injured he was, which was why he found the scene unfolding before him unbelievable. It's only been 2 hours. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird fed you an immortal pill and healed you with everything she had, Kuei replied, and Lin was very grateful. Where's the 9-colored divine vermilion bird? I think I heard her voice just now. Is she in the core of the 5-colored lightning pool? A grave expression appeared on Kuei's face. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird just went in. So you heard that scream as well? She seems to be in danger. When Lin heard this, he immediately stood up. F*CK. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's not too late to say it now. What happened just now? The Kuei cow was frightened by Lin's reaction. It then said, besides, it's useless for you to be anxious. She has already entered the depths of the terrifying lightning pool. Can you still go in? Don't forget how you were struck by lightning. And Lin strode toward the surging divine lightning pool without even turning his head. Have you forgotten why I was struck? It was because I didn't resist. Kuei stared at Lin, but he was at a loss for words. And Lin had already arrived in front of the lightning pool. Bolts of divine lightning were imbued with the power to destroy heaven and earth, as if they were capable of engulfing everything in this world. If I use my power, who would dare to stand in my way? Open up. He pointed a finger at the surging bolts of divine lightning. All of a sudden, all of the divine lightning faltered in midair, as if they were frozen in place. Immediately afterward, all of the lightning bowed their heads and opened up a path for Lin, as if they were welcoming their king. What the hell is going on? Kuei's heart almost stopped from fright upon seeing this. The five-colored lightning that even he was extremely fearful of was submitting to Enlin? Did this have to be so surreal? Enlin strode forward, and not a single bolt of lightning fell upon him. He was the lord of all lightning. Kuei was completely speechless and could only stare blankly at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. In fact, it had a feeling that if it were to use its own power of the divine Tao against Enlin, it would probably suffer the same fate as the divine lightning before it. Just what kind of man was this Enlin? Enlin continued onward, and his body was gradually obscured by the lightning. These bolts of lightning were born from heaven and earth, and they had the power to obstruct divine sense detection. Kuei couldn't see where Enlin was, but his invincible figure was deeply engraved into his mind. Enlin couldn't see where the 9-colored divine vermilion bird was, so he could only continue onward while yelling her name. It was a pity that his lightning manipulation technique could only manipulate lightning in a small area. Otherwise, he would be able to locate her if he could take away all of the lightning here. With that in mind, he suddenly stumbled upon empty space. Ah! He couldn't help but scream. Outside the lightning pit. Kuei's expression shifted drastically upon hearing Enlin's cry. Sect leader Enlin, are you all right? Moo. There was no response. Kuei's face paled. Crap. Even a lightning cultivator as powerful as sect leader Enlin was unable to escape from this 5-colored lightning pit? Thank God I didn't go in recklessly. I have to raise the danger level of this lightning pit. Meanwhile, within a space constructed from a 5-colored net of lightning, Enlin fell from the sky and was elated to see the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. Vermilion bird princess, you're all right. That's great. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird raised her head to see Enlin, and a smile appeared on her face before her brows furrowed. Enlin, why did you come in here? This place is very dangerous. Just let me get the bead out for you. I came to save you. Look at you now. Can you really get the bead out for me? Enlin turned to the 9-colored divine vermilion bird with a smile. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird blushed as she harumphed. I'm only temporarily trapped. It's only a matter of time before I break out of this formation. There were 5 balls of lightning revolving around her, all of which exuded extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. There were blue balls of lightning, red balls of lightning, golden balls of lightning, green balls of lightning, and purple balls of lightning. Each and every one of these balls of lightning was imbued with lightning power that Enlin had never seen before. Not only that, but Enlin could also sense a burst of essential power from their bodies. Be careful and don't move recklessly. These balls of lightning are not to be underestimated. If you make any sudden movements, they'll pounce toward you. My divine sun feather was cracked by them. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird immediately warned. She didn't dare to move forward as she was afraid that the balls of lightning would damage her divine sun feather. Don't worry, watch me perform. Enlin attempted to use his lightning manipulation technique on the balls of lightning. However, he found that he was very difficult to manipulate. He was already at the 3rd stage lightning essence cultivation method, but he still couldn't do it. Right at this moment. Enlin suddenly spat out a golden baby in a red t-shirt and shorts. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was astonished. So he wanted to watch me perform? Her eyes widened, and she was just about to say something. However, the golden baby had already pounced toward the balls of lightning with excitement. Chapter 1258. Everything happened far too quickly, and Enlin and the 9-colored divine vermilion bird had no time to react. And Kirin activated 5 fearsome balls of lightning as soon as he sprang into action. The balls of lightning had their own temper, and they immediately charged toward Kirin upon seeing him. Look out! She didn't know what Enlin's golden baby was, but she still instinctively yelled for it. And Kirin opened his mouth with a wide grin before swallowing the blue ball of lightning before him. Gulp! He swallowed the ball of lightning, upon which his little golden belly instantly bulged. And as time passed, his belly began to bulge in different areas. It appeared that the balls of lightning within him were still struggling and crashing around. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this. What the hell is this? It can even swallow such fearsome balls of lightning? Won't it blow itself up? And Lin was astonished, but he was still able to remain calm. Perhaps it's because Kieran is lightning himself, so he's not afraid. And Kieran? His surname is In. He's your son. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird exclaimed. Son, my A***s. He's a pet that I'm keeping in my sea of vital energy, and Lin hurriedly explained. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was even more astonished. You can keep pets in your sea of vital energy? And Lin massaged his brows. I can't explain it to you in a few words. At this moment, the other 4 balls of lightning became even more enraged upon seeing their brother being swallowed, and they roared as they crashed toward Kieran, as if they were trying to ram him to death. If a normal return to void stage mighty figure were to be struck by one of these balls of lightning, they would be reduced to ashes on the spot. However, not only was Kieran not afraid, but he also pounced toward the balls of lightning with even more excitement. Gulp, 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 gulp. And Kieran swallowed 4 balls of lightning in a row. All of the balls of lightning were swallowed into his stomach. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was completely dumbstruck. And Lin was also given a fright, and he was a little worried that Lin had eaten too much. One had to realize that these 5 balls of lightning were not to be underestimated. These were balls of lightning that were imbued with essential power that even the 9-colored divine vermilion bird was extremely wary of. And Kieran's body bulged relentlessly as the 5 balls of lightning rampaged within his body. And Lin, is there really no problem? Should we hide further away? The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was a little concerned that Kieran would suddenly explode. If that happened, the power he unleashed would definitely surpass that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, and she would not be able to handle that. And Lin didn't even get a chance to speak before Kieran opened his mouth. Burp. After a burp, its body calmed down. His bulging body also returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. And Lin was just about to walk over to check on the situation when his waist suddenly bulged. 5 miniature balls of lightning of different colors suddenly appeared around its waist. They were connected by golden void lightning, forming a belt around its waist. No, they had become a belt of lightning. Blue ball of lightning, crimson ball of lightning, golden ball of lightning, green ball of lightning, and purple ball of lightning. These 5 balls of lightning all released terrifying energy fluctuations, and they revolved around Kieran like little brothers. My God, am I seeing things? What's going on? He transformed such terrifying balls of lightning into a belt. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was so shocked that she felt as if her worldview had been refreshed once again. And Lin made his way over to Kieran with a curious expression. And Kieran placed his hands on his hips and raised his little head toward Lin. And Lin poked the belt around Kieran's waist, and an extremely vast divine lightning intent flowed into his body from his fingertips, making his entire body tremble violently. It was also in that instant that a sense of resonance welled up in his heart. Immediately afterward, boundless lightning true intent exploded in his mind. And Lin, what's wrong? The 9-colored divine vermilion bird flew over to Lin with a concerned expression at the sight of him trembling as if he had been electrocuted. It's nothing. And Lin came to his senses from the overwhelming power of the divine lightning. After eating his fill, Kieran transformed into a streak of golden light and returned to Lin's sea of vital energy. And Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter, and there were few wisps of lightning flashing in the corners of his eyes. He extended a finger. Crackle! Lightning flashed, and a bolt of lightning imbued with blue, crimson, golden, green, and purple colors danced on the tip of his finger, exuding an extremely dazzling array of colors. Terrifying lightning might manifested as substantial ripples that proliferated through the air, making the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's heart palpitate involuntarily. This is the power of those balls of lightning just then. Not only are you able to use them, but you've even fused them together. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird stared at the beautiful and dazzling lightning on Lin's fingertip with astonishment in her eyes. How is it? Not bad, right? This is my golden void lightning and the essential lightning power of the 5 balls of lightning. A smug smile appeared on Lin's face. It's not just not bad, it's insane and unbelievable. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird's eyes shimmered with excitement as she stared at the lightning on Lin's finger. Let's give it a name. Why don't we call it Rainbow Thunder? How does that sound? And Lin suggested. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird's lips twitched. As long as you're happy. And Lin patted the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's wings with a smile. Now that I've taken care of the danger for you, can we leave now? The 9-colored divine vermilion bird shook her head. Even though we've dealt with the lightning balls, there's still an extremely powerful trap formation here. And Lin flicked a finger toward the air. Boom! The trap formation crumbled. And Lin asked, what about now? The 9-colored divine vermilion bird. The human and bird leaped into the air before returning to the lightning pit. My divine sun feather is a little cracked from the lightning balls, so I don't have enough energy left. Let's hurry to the end of the lightning pit, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird said in a panicked voice. Right at this moment, the terrifying lightning in the air suddenly parted as if it had a mind of its own, leaving an empty space for Lin and the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. And Lin smiled. There's no need to rush now. They won't dare to strike us. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird. He can even control the 5-colored divine lightning outside. That's cheating. She suddenly felt like Lin was becoming more and more unfathomable. By the way, Vermilion Bird Princess, revert back to your original form. And Lin suddenly said, Huh, why? The 9-colored divine vermilion bird's heart rate accelerated. Could it be that Lin was making this request because he liked her human form? Why, isn't that obvious? You're too big in your bird form, and I have to control a lot more lightning than before. It's better if you're smaller. That way I can save energy. And Lin snapped, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. She suddenly felt like her heart was about to break, and she really wanted to beat someone up. A dazzling light flashed past. A petite young woman in a colorful dress appeared beside Lin. 9 different colored streamers danced around her, exuding a divine light, making her appear as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Her features were flawless, and she glared at Lin with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Are you happy now? Hee, perfect. The Vermilion Bird Princess is the most adorable like this. And Lin gave her a thumbs up. Let's go. The Vermilion Bird Princess rolled her eyes at Lin before leading the way in her red high heels. However, at this moment, Lin grabbed onto her soft little hand. WH, what are you doing? Don't get too far away from me. Stay close to me and don't increase my lightning control workload. Oh, a blush appeared on the Vermilion Bird Princess' face as she nodded obediently. She stuck close to Lin as they slowly made their way forward. The rumbling thunder around them masked her frantic heartbeat. No matter how terrifying the divine lightning was, it was as if Lin were the Lord of Lightning, and all of them bowed their heads in retreat. For some reason, the Vermilion Bird Princess felt like Lin was giving her a sense of security. Chapter 1259. The two of them continued onward without any obstructions. The Vermilion Bird Princess didn't even have the courage to strike the 5-colored lightning at them. She had never felt so relaxed before. Gradually, a peculiar feeling welled up in her heart. Hey, and Lin, why do you always have to do all these weird things? The vermilion bird princess turned to look at Enlin with her glittering eyes. Well, it's part of my cultivation. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Part of your cultivation? The vermilion bird princess blinked. What kind of cultivation can you do when you kiss Ely? Absorb the power of Yang. And Lin replied with a serious expression. The vermilion bird princess thought about it for a moment before a sweet smile appeared on her face. I see. You gave up on your defenses and endured the lightning for a minute just so you could absorb the power of the 5-colored lightning. Smart. And Lin praised. However, he was thinking to himself that this smart girl had managed to turn the tables on him. How bad *SS. And Lin, you are the most exceptional cultivator I have ever seen. The vermilion bird princess wrapped her arms around Lin's arm with glowing eyes. What do you want to do? And Lin had a bad feeling about this. Can you teach me the cultivation method you're cultivating? The vermilion bird princess said with excitement. Think about it, I can kiss Ely too, and the risk is even lower than yours. As for standing in the lightning pit for a minute, I have a chance of doing that as long as I'm fully prepared. And Lin's lips twitched. Teach her cultivation method? Who the hell could teach her? He had to give his system to her. When he could transfer his system, he would consider giving it to the vermilion bird princess. Hopefully, the vermilion bird princess wouldn't hunt him down after finding out the truth. What do you think? The vermilion bird princess turned to Enlin with anticipation on her face. And Lin shook his head. No way. Humph. The vermilion bird princess pouted with anger. Thus, the vermilion bird princess failed to become his disciple. The two of them walked for a while longer. The lightning energy became even more terrifying and crazy. The range of Enlin's lightning control was further reduced. Vermilion bird princess, come closer. Yes, just like that. The heavenly lightning is even more terrifying. Come closer. A little closer. The vermilion bird princess had her arms around Enlin, and her petite body was almost buried into Enlin's body as a blush appeared on her flawless features. And Lin, on the other hand, was not in the mood to enjoy the warm and fragrant embrace. He was trying his best to use his lightning manipulation technique to divert the heavenly lightning that was surging towards them. They moved forward quickly for a few minutes. The lightning was so terrifying that it was hard for him to withstand it. At this moment, the heavenly lightning was really like the ocean, endless and turbulent. It was so dense that there was not a single gap. And Lin gritted his teeth and continued to use the lightning manipulation technique. He couldn't use his newest lightning engulfment technique because the lightning engulfment technique could engulf the lightning falling toward him. But it couldn't engulf the lightning falling toward the vermilion bird princess. If that happened, the vermilion bird princess would be in danger. He also couldn't engulf the lightning falling toward him and divert the lightning falling toward the vermilion bird princess. That would be too much work, and he could tire himself to death. Thankfully, just as Enlin was about to give out, the lightning up ahead suddenly thinned out. After walking for a few hundred meters, a vast expanse of space appeared before their eyes. The vast pool of lightning outside split into a series of tiny bolts of lightning that converged toward the center like a spider web, pulsing rhythmically like a beating heart. At the center was an irregularly shaped golden object about half the size of a grown man. It looked like a golden rock with a bumpy surface and a few peculiar holes. After entering this space, there was no longer any divine lightning to attack them. The vermilion bird princess silently shuffled a couple of steps to the side with a blush on her face. Only now did Enlin realize that a soft, beautiful body had already left him. However, there was still a hint of warmth and a peculiar fragrance lingering on her body. Ahem! A clear and extremely pleasant voice sounded. I can sense an extremely pure power of yang from the stone. This is most likely what Ely needs to progress to the Tao integration stage. The vermilion bird princess analyzed the golden object as if she was trying to divert her attention. A white light flashed through Enlin's eyes. Divine lightning yang stone. An object of extreme yang nurtured within the chaotic lightning stone space. It is imbued with the power of yang and is extremely durable. It can greatly enhance the effectiveness of yang-type spell techniques and can be used as a foundation stone for the yang god body. It is a top-notch divine rank material. It's called the Divine Lightning Yang Stone, and it's a top-notch divine rank material. It is indeed a good item, and Lin praised with a smile. The vermilion bird princess was astonished. You know about it? A little. And Lin replied with a profound expression. Look at how cocky you are. The vermilion bird princess shot a glance at Enlin before carefully making her way forward and stowing the divine lightning yang stone into her storage ring before heaving a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. After paying the price of 2 flame, true yang fruits, and a divine sun feather, she had finally obtained the expected harvest. Her goal for this trip could be considered to have been achieved. By the way, Enlin, where's your bead? The vermilion bird princess asked. And Lin was currently searching for it. He had unleashed his divine sense, but he couldn't find any trace of the bead. Strange, the map clearly stated that the dark bead was located in the core region of the 5-colored lightning pit. And Lin pulled out the map again to find a line of text on it, which was most likely meant for Huangfuan. You must be at the return to void intermediate stage or above to find it. Summon it from the core region of the 5-colored lightning pit. And Lin mulled over the instructions on the map, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I get it. What do you get? The vermilion bird princess asked. And Lin didn't reply. Instead, he pulled out the 8 dark beads from his storage ring before injecting his vital energy into them. Come out, my final dark bead. The 8 dark beads released bursts of dark energy. Lightning suddenly surged in a certain area outside the space that Enlin was situated in. A black streak of light tore through the lightning and pounced toward the 8 dark beads in front of Enlin. The dark energy swept forth like a tsunami, and it opened its cavernous mouth, as if it was going to engulf all 8 dark beads. Don't you dare, filthy creature! And Lin slapped the black streak of light across the face. Splat! The black streak of light was slapped away. This was a dark bead. However, this dark bead was very strange. It was black and swarthy, and it had a pair of eyes and a mouth, making it look like a charcoal ball. And Lin immediately unleashed his divine inspection technique and stowed it away into his storage ring after verifying that there was no mistake. His journey to collect the 9 dark beads was complete. The vermilion bird princess' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. You can do that. Using a bead to summon a bead was an eye-opener for her, and Lin clapped his hands. That's very basic. Now that we've taken care of everything here, let's go back. And Lin held onto the vermilion bird princess' hand as he spoke, and they returned to the 5-colored lightning realm. Chapter 1260. Outside the core region of the 5-colored lightning pit, a one-eyed, one-legged divine cow was already making a voice transmission. Hello, is this pavilion Lord Bailing of the 4-9 Immortal Sect? I am Kuei of the Mythological Beast Sect. Your sect leader has perished in our 5-colored lightning pit. Please make some funeral arrangements. That's right. Even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, he's most likely dead. What? Bullsh *T? I'm a mythological beast. Why would I lie to you? Your sect leader isn't dead? It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Kuei hung up the voice transmission angrily before making another voice transmission. Hello, is this the eternal sun god of the sun tree? I am Kuei. Your 9-colored divine vermilion bird has perished in our 5-colored lightning pit. Please make some funeral arrangements. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I'm an honest cow, you know that. I saw the vermilion bird princess whale with my own eyes before she was engulfed by the divine lightning. Just as they were speaking, the five-colored lightning suddenly parted to form a path, and Lin held the vermilion bird princess' hand as they strolled through the sea of lightning, making them appear as if they were made of white jade. Kei was dumbstruck, as if he had seen a ghost. Kuei, why aren't you saying anything? A voice sounded from the voice transmission talisman. Wait, I see the nine-colored divine vermilion bird. She doesn't seem to be dead. Kuei murmured. Are you King messing with me? Crack. Kuei silently ended the voice transmission talisman. In a situation like this, the more he tried to explain, the more conflict would arise. So he decided to hang up for now. He turned to Enlin and the vermilion bird princess with astonishment on his face. You two didn't die? I was so worried. Are you worried? You're clearly cursing me to die. The vermilion bird princess expression darkened. Erha. An awkward, yet polite smile appeared on Kuei's face. Let's not talk about that for now. Have you reached the deepest part of the lightning pit? What treasures are there? The vermilion bird princess splayed her hands open. There was only one divine rank item. Sigh, what a huge loss. The corners of the Kuei ox's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a stifled heart, I don't see any sign of you suffering a loss from your face. Do I have to cry for you? The vermilion bird princess rolled her eyes. After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the spatial crack behind her. Let's go back. Kuei refused to give up. It felt like it was missing a lot of treasures, and it turned to Enlin. Sect leader Enlin, is what the nine-colored divine vermilion bird said true? And Lin nodded. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird was very sad at the time, and her tears had already dried up in the lightning pit. She even said that she was going to eat 10 cows to vent her anger. Kuei. He exited the five-colored lightning pool. The vermilion bird princess reverted back to her high and mighty nine-colored, divine, vermilion bird form. And Lin, I have to return to the sun tree. Farewell, she said. Everything went smoothly. Come visit the 4-9 Immortal Sect when you have time. And Lin smiled. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird nodded before spreading her wings and flying into the clouds. Moo, you haven't even said goodbye to me yet. You're going to ignore me now. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird couldn't even be bothered to say anything to him, and Kuei was immediately struck by a sense of injustice. Sect leader Enlin, do you know the nine-colored divine vermilion bird? He turned to Enlin with a curious expression. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird was bidding farewell to Enlin instead of him, and the nine-colored divine vermilion bird felt like there was something fishy going on. She's a friend that I just made. She's such a nice and polite person. And Lin smiled. A friend that he just made? Kuei felt like a sword had been stabbed into his heart. In the nine-colored divine vermilion bird's heart, it was less important than a friend that she had just made. And Lin expressed his gratitude toward Kuei before departing with Bai Xian. Is it done? Woof? Bai Xian transmitted his voice. It went very smoothly, and Lin replied in a good mood. That's good. Bai Xian smiled heartily before turning to Enlin with a mysterious smile on his face. However, I didn't realize that your affinity with immortals was so good, Mr. Enlin. I know my affinity with immortals is good, but what's with that smile of yours? And Lin couldn't help but feel like there was something amiss about Bai Xian's smile, which was so similar to Debai's. I'm not talking about immortal affinity. I'm talking about female affinity. The nine-colored divine vermilion bird seems to be quite fond of you. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Bai Xian's face as a peculiar light flashed through his large, round eyes, and Lin's entire body froze as his eyes widened. What the hell are you talking about? The nine-colored divine vermilion bird and I are just friends. You've misunderstood." A smug smile appeared on Bai Xian's face. "Who am I? I'm Debai's father. I've seen countless women. How could I not know what they're thinking?" And Lin was astonished. What was there to be smug about with the title of Debai's father? Bai Xian continued his analysis. "Even the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's eyes are different when she looks at you. There's a hint of anticipation, a hint of shyness, a hint of caution, and a hint of adoration in her eyes. I can see that. And it's because of this that I really admire you. You're only a soul formation stage cultivator, but you've even managed to seduce a mythological beast. I can't compare to you in this regard." Bai Xian turned to Enlin with an admiring expression as he spoke. "That's enough. Let me recover." And Lin clasped a hand over his chest. "I treat the Vermilion Bird Princess as a good friend, but she likes me? No, that was just Bai Xian's story. That was definitely not the case. Within a courtyard filled with flowers." "Big brother, and how did it go, woof?" Debai ran over excitedly. "Everything went smoothly. We can go back now." And Lin patted Debai's head with a smile. "It was all thanks to your help this time. This is your reward." He tossed 2 spirit fruits toward Debai as he spoke. "Big brother, and is the best." Debai began to eat with elation. Bai Xian couldn't help but smile as he looked at the interaction between his son and Enlin. Wasn't it a blessing to follow such a bold and generous master with unlimited potential? The 2 of them had dinner at Bai Xian's home. Debai, Bai Xian, Chen, and Xinghua. The 4 Debai dogs chatted merrily with one another. From Enlin's perspective, it looked like there were 4 different voices of Debai chatting merrily off to the side, while he was the only human chiming in. It was a rather peculiar image. The next morning, Enlin and Debai set off again. The place they were going to was the mystic realm of the new divine, Dark Tao sect. In ancient times, the divine Dark Tao sect was a super powerful sect that could stand up to the celestial court. How bad could the foundation it had left behind be? Even though most of it had been destroyed now, the thought of the sky-sealing Dark King's inheritance was still extremely exciting. Huang Fuan was undoubtedly a man blessed with great fortune. However, it was quite clear that he had done all that for Enlin. And Lin was the biggest winner here. Chapter 1261. The new divine Dark Tao sect was located outside the kingdom of the 9 states. It was located in a place known as the North Song Mountain Realm. The divine Dark Tao sect had almost been completely destroyed by the celestial court, so they would be courting death if they were to establish a new sect in the kingdom of the 9 states. As such, they had to escape to somewhere else. The North Song Mountain Realm was located in the western part of the kingdom of the 9 states and the southwestern part of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. It wasn't a very large place. It was only the size of 2 states, but it was quite an extraordinary place. This was because it was the territory of the Stone Tribe, one of the most powerful tribes on the Tai Chu continent. The Stone Tribe didn't like to fight and preferred to cultivate in seclusion. As long as they kept a low profile, no one would notice the divine Dark Tao sect's new mystic realm in that place. The divine Dark Tao sect was an extremely dangerous place. And Lin invited Xiaolan and Little Na to come along as well. The school didn't know what to do with these 2 students who were playing truant. They were already so bad *, anyway, going to school was just a vacation. And Lin, you're saying we're going to the new divine Dark Tao sect? Even if there's an inheritance there, it's still too dangerous. Shouldn't we think about it first? Su Xiaolan knew about the divine Dark Tao sect. It was an even more powerful sect than the Vermilion Bird sect. Even though there wasn't any news about it now, who knew what was in there? Don't worry. The new divine Dark Tao sect doesn't have any Tao integration stage, super mighty figures. You're invincible below the Tao integration stage. So why would you be afraid of them? And Lin smiled. Su Xiaolan, you're getting naughtier and naughtier. Tina sat on Lin's shoulder and swung her slender little legs with a wide grin. I've recently developed a new divine technique that's super good at escaping. You can call me Tina, invincible below the Tao integration stage. Genius! And Lin gave her a thumbs up. Su Xiaolan looked at the two clowns beside her speechlessly. Xiaolan, you want to say something as well? And Lin looked at Xiaolan with anticipation on his face. Xiaolan pursed her lips. She knew what Lin was thinking. She put on a fake smile and said, and Lin is also very powerful, who can break through his body of the war god and turtle shell. From now on, we can call him an immovable Lin below the Tao integration stage. And Lin was very satisfied. Xiaolan finally praised him. I'm also very powerful, woof. Dabai couldn't help but chime in excitedly. My current speed is superior to that of soul formation stage cultivators. Please call me by Bai, who is below the void return stage. Woof. Return to void stage? No one paid any attention to it. Dabai, can't you just say a word or two of praise? Dabai was about to cry, and Lin asked, what realm is below the return to void realm? Dabai, isn't it only natural that trash like him can't catch up to Dabai? Tina complimented. Tao integration stage titles are more intimidating. Why don't we call you Great Tao Integration Stage? Wait. Su Xiaolan suggested. Tears immediately streamed down Dabai's face. They couldn't play with each other anymore. There was a generation gap, and Lin immediately retorted, You're looking down on me, Dabai. Dabai's beauty transcends gender, transcends race, and even beings above the Tao integration stage can't compare to my beauty. That's enough. I want some peace and quiet, woof. Dabai spoke with a resigned expression. Thus, everyone chatted and laughed as they continued onward. They used several teleportation spell formations and flew over many territories. Finally, a mountain range that was as tall as the clouds appeared before their eyes. The North Tsang mountain realm is up ahead. Remember to keep a low profile when we fly, and Lin cautioned. Dabai switched from jet mode to silent flight mode upon hearing this. The Stone tribe preferred peace and quiet, and they didn't like noise and clamor. And Lin and the others naturally had to do as the Romans do and become civilized outsiders. A series of beautiful, verdant mountain peaks rose up from the ground and pierced straight into the clouds. There were high mountains and flowing rivers that were silent and uneventful, while there were also rugged and steep cliffs that were spectacular and spectacular. There were white clouds revolving around the mountains, birds chirping, and iridescent light that shimmered in the blue sky. Everything was extremely pure and beautiful, as if they were in an exquisitely beautiful immortal home. And Lin and the others admired the beautiful scenery as they flew toward their destination. The new divine dark Tao sect is located on the southeastern border of the North Tsang mountain realm. It's located on a divine mountain that's over 100,000 feet tall, and it's like a massive beast lying dormant in this world. The top of the mountain is covered in white snow, while the bottom of the mountain is covered in fiery maple leaves. It's very distinctive, and Lin explained as he looked at the map. The bottom is bright red, and the top is white and tender. It's indeed very easy to recognize, woof. Dabai agreed, and Lin, Tina, and Su Xiaolan all turned to look at Dabai with disdainful expressions. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Woof! Dabai's chest constricted. I don't know why, but there are some things that sound a little weird when they come out of your mouth. Tina blinked her green eyes with a disdainful expression. Discrimination. This is blatant discrimination. Woof! Dabai spoke with a grief-stricken expression. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. It was quite clear that Dabai was right. This was discrimination. Dabai. Everyone began to search the southeastern border of the North Tsang mountain realm. It had to be said that this realm was very harmonious. There were no ferocious beasts, nor were there any particularly dangerous places. It was a very relaxing place. Xiaolan, we can build an immortal abode here in the future. What do you think? And Lin had a very good impression of this place. Sure, we can choose a place with abundant spiritual energy and beautiful scenery. We can live there for a few hundred years without a problem. Su Xiaolan replied with a dainty smile. You're not even married yet, and you're already thinking about this? Woof. Dabai was astonished. Then Dabai was struck by a mental attack from two terrifying gazes. Dabai instantly fell silent and didn't dare to say anything else. Everyone searched for 3 days before finally discovering a divine mountain that was identical to the one described on the map. Not only was it extremely massive, but the maple leaves at the base of the mountain were burning like flames, creating an extremely beautiful and spectacular sight to behold. We've found the mountain, but where is the divine, dark Tao sect? Su Xiaolan unleashed her divine sense, but she didn't discover anything amiss. Let's go to the summit. And Lin detected that something was amiss at the summit. Soon, everyone arrived at the summit. The summit was covered in snow and ice, and there were some plants with astonishing powers of frost growing there. There seemed to be a few spirit-rank plants with extremely rich energy. If it weren't for the fact that Lin stopped him, Dabai would have pounced on them and eaten them all. Hold on, Dabai. These belong to that senior up ahead. And Lin stopped him. Senior. Dabai was perplexed. Was there someone else here? And Lin and Su Xiaolan made their way over to a gray rock that was covered in moss before bowing in silence. I'm sorry for trespassing on your territory, Senior, and Lin said with an apologetic expression. The rock didn't say anything. Instead, it looked up at the setting sun in silence. Only now did Dabai discover to his astonishment that there was a strange-looking rock at the edge of the summit. It looked a little like a huge humanoid rock. Its limbs were all cubes of rock, and it seemed to be looking into the distance. Chapter 1262. Dabai was quite shocked. This guy's aura was way too faint. I didn't even notice it when I was right in front of it. Senior. Su Xiaolan thought that the rock golem hadn't hurt her, so she called out again. The humanoid rock living being before them was one of the 10 realm guardian tribes, the Stone Tribe. She could sense an ethereal aura emanating from this living being's body. I can hear what you're saying. Wait for me to bid farewell to the sun. A slow and heavy voice sounded, and Lin and Su Xiaolan both faltered upon hearing this. Bid farewell to the sun. They turned toward the horizon in unison to find that the sun had already disappeared into the clouds, and the white clouds looked as if they had been scorched by flames. Oh, right, the sea of clouds was actually right below them. This divine mountain was already taller than the sea of clouds. It had to be said, the scenery of the setting sun was quite beautiful, and Lin and the others knew that they couldn't rush the rock golem any further. So they watched the sunset in silence with the rock golem. For an entire 2 hours, the Stone Tribe living being remained completely still, as if it were a real rock. Not only was there no breathing, but even its energy fluctuations and life force fluctuations had been completely withdrawn. If everyone didn't pay attention to the rock golem, they would most likely ignore it and treat it as a lifeless rock. The rock golem sat on the ground, and the little ice flower on its head swayed in the wind. It didn't move, and snow fell upon its body, but it didn't move. The little ice bug crawled up its arm and onto its neck, but didn't move. This was quite a strange sight. The sun gradually disappeared into the clouds and fell into the horizon. Heaven and earth suddenly dimmed. The sky was filled with countless stars and 2 full moons. The Stone Tribe living being suddenly heaved a faint sigh. Goodbye, Big Sister Sunday, and Lin, and Su Xiaolan. Wasn't it supposed to be Grandpa's son? However, none of them had seen the sun before, so they could just call it whatever they wanted. After bidding farewell to Big Sister Sun, the rock golem finally stood up and shook off the snow and ice on its body before turning to Lin and the others with a curious expression. Hello, my guests from afar. My apologies for the delay. They had already been delayed for 2 hours. How could this be considered a little time? It doesn't matter. The sunset is quite beautiful. We like to watch it too, and Lin said with a smile. My big sister's son is beautiful no matter what she looks like. I meet her every day during the day, and we part at night, the stone man said slowly. And Lin, could this stone man be a fool? Let's go. Su Xiaolan could not help but send a secret vocal transmission to him. Let's ask for some information first. This stone man should know something. And Lin felt that this brother stone was still useful. Following that, Lin looked to the golem and said with a gentle voice, Senior, we have come here to find a hidden power on this sacred mountain. Did you find anything special on this mountain? Hearing this, the stone man looked at the stars in the sky and slowly stretched out his hand. My voice, my cry, my pursuit, can the stars in the sky hear me? And Lin. So he was ignored? And Lin was a little angry and wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, the stone man suddenly said, If you can answer one of my questions, I will answer all of your questions. Please go ahead, Senior. And Lin's interest was finally piqued. But please don't ask questions like who I am, where I came from, or why I'm alive, Su Xiaolan added. Don't worry, I won't ask you any of the 3 eternal questions of the stone tribe, the stone man replied with a smile. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. So there really were living beings who were thinking about these questions. And they were the 3 eternal questions of the stone tribe. That sounded really bad, *SS. The stone man sat on the edge of the cliff and looked at the stars in the sky. Finally, he turned his gaze to the 2 bright moons in the sky and slowly said, I often sit here and have no one to talk to, so I often think about some strange questions. And Lin, Xiaolan, Tina, and Dabai all listened with rapt attention. The stone man replied, The world is boundless, and the mysteries of the universe are endless. Get to the point. And Lin couldn't help but interject. The stone man replied in a slow voice, This world is very big, and there are definitely powerful beings beyond our imaginations. As long as Tao is boundless, there will be countless powerful beings. Then, have there been living beings who have reached the end of Tao? If they reach the end of Tao, will they be able to become omniscient and omnipotent gods? Senior, you said you wanted to ask one question before, but now you have 2 questions. Su Xiaolan raised her hand in rebuttal. The stone man scratched his head. I have 2 questions for this question. Su Xiaolan. And Lin, why did these shameless words sound so familiar? Everyone fell into deep thought. As for the first question, no one could say for sure whether someone had reached the end of Tao. After all, no one had reached that level, so how would they know what the living beings at that level were like? For example, Lin had never even seen a cultivator before. If someone told him that humans could move mountains and fill oceans with a wave of their hand, he wouldn't believe them even if they beat him to death. The level of one's cultivation base determined one's outlook. Cultivators at Lin's level didn't dare to make a rash judgment regarding the end of Tao. Su Xiaolan was the same. Not only her, but even her Tao integration stage second uncle most likely didn't dare to say for sure whether there were living beings who had reached the end of Tao. However, at this moment, Dabai answered both questions in one breath. No living being has reached the end of Tao, and there are no omniscient and omnipotent gods. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were astonished. The stone man asked with an intrigued expression, Oh, why do you say that? Dabai straightened his body and scratched his chest with his claws. Because I've never seen them. What I see is the world. If I haven't seen them, they don't exist in my world, so they don't exist, woof. That could be explained like that? And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both shocked. They felt that Dabai had gone mad. However, the stone man's eyes lit up, and he said, thoughtfully, I see. I think, therefore I am. A world with one's self as the center is the truth that one recognizes. Things that don't exist in one's self are nothing. That's a very good explanation. The stone man smiled and looked at Dabai with admiration. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were even more impressed with Dabai. Was he so philosophical? Dabai raised his tail, smugly in the face of their shocked gazes, feeling that he was so awesome. However, at this moment, the stone man thought for a moment and said, "Although this can explain my question, it can't convince me. Are there any other answers?" There were other answers. Their hearts sank. They had thought that Dabai would be able to find a shortcut, but it looked like that wasn't going to work. Dabai was filled with righteous indignation. This was clearly making things difficult for Dabai. Just as the three of them were at their wits' end, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded. Little Na has an answer. Chapter 1263. Tina, who was sitting on Lin's shoulder, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look at the adorable little fairy with curiosity and anticipation on their faces. Tina thought to herself for a moment before replying with a serious expression. Are there any living beings who can reach the end of Tao? If they can reach the end of Tao, can they become an omniscient and omnipotent God? The answer I received was also no. This is actually quite easy to figure out. Oh, how so? The rock golem's interest was piqued. Tina smiled. If an omnipotent God exists in this world, then would this God be able to create an impenetrable shield? If he couldn't, then he wouldn't be omnipotent. If he could, then even he wouldn't be able to break the shield, so he wouldn't be omnipotent. Little Na splayed open her hands. Hence, there is no omnipotent God in this world. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dabai were all astonished. Tina's words were impeccable. The rock golem's body trembled as a golden light burst forth from its eyes. How insightful! How insightful! I've finally solved this problem that has been plaguing me for a long time. With this in mind, it bowed deeply toward the little fairy on Lin's shoulder with gratitude. Your words have enlightened me greatly. I am greatly enlightened. The rock golem's self-introduction indicated that it had already acknowledged Tina's point of view. My name is Tina. There's no need to do this, Mr. AI. We're just having a simple conversation, Tina said with an adorable smile. However, in its heart, it thought to itself, I'm the goddess of creation of the divine mirror world. Not only am I omnipotent, but I'm also struggling to deal with the void spirit tribe. How could there be an omnipotent God in this world? So, have any living beings reached the end of Tao? How do you explain that? AI asked. Tina replied with a smile, of course not. The observation of Tao can be said to be the observation of one's cultivation base. The further one progresses in Tao, the higher one's cultivation base and the more powerful one's cultivation base will be. The ultimate state of Tao should also be omnipotent. No living being can achieve omnipotence, and it is precisely because of this that no living being can walk to the end of the Tao. Realization dawned upon Al, and he said, respectfully, Senior Tina's words are truly priceless advice that has enlightened me. Please accept this junior's bow. The massive rock golem really did bow to the petite little Na as it spoke, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were shocked to see this. Were all mighty figures of the stone tribe capable of putting on airs like this? As for Tina, they didn't expect her to be so quick-witted and thoughtful. This completely changed in Lin and Su Xiaolan's impression of her. Al seemed to have noticed the expressions on Lin and Su Xiaolan's faces, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In our stone tribe, philosophy and ideology are paramount. We like to exchange ideas with one another regardless of cultivation base. Those who have deep thoughts are teachers, and those who can reason are teachers. Today, I can be its master, and tomorrow it can also be my master, so there's nothing to be surprised about. And Lin and Su Xiaolan instantly came to a realization. All of the living beings of this tribe were philosophers. Al, if you're satisfied with my answer, then you can answer Giant and Lin's question. Tina's emerald eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Al. At the same time, she was exuding the aura of a superior being. The rock golem was not averse to this aura, and it nodded without any hesitation before extending a finger, upon which a golden butterfly appeared in the air. Follow this butterfly, and you'll be able to find the place you're looking for. However, I have to remind you that I don't dare to mess with any of the forces on the Divine Mountain, so you have to be extremely careful. Al was a returned to Void intermediate stage mighty figure, so he didn't dare to mess with this information. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both bowed in unison. Thank you, Senior. Thus, the 2 humans, 1 dog, and 1 fairy followed the golden butterfly as it flew down the Divine Mountain. It stopped halfway down the Divine Mountain before flying toward a massive waterfall. After disappearing into the waterfall, the golden butterfly disappeared. A waterfall? And Lin faltered for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. The water in this waterfall is imbued with a hint of divinity and is able to block out divine sense detection. The waterfall behind is indeed a fantastic hiding spot, and Lin rode on Debai's back as they flew toward the waterfall. After passing through the waterfall, they were greeted by the sight of a cave. At the end of the cave was a massive black gate. To the left of the gate was a human skeleton that had been hung up with blood on it. To the right of the gate was a ball of blood floating in the air. The pungent odor of blood indicated that the blood was very fresh, indicating that it had most likely just been stripped from its body. Looks like this is the right place, and Lin said. Looks like this is the right place. Su Xiaolan gripped her dragon sparrow sword tightly in her hand. We have to be careful. At this moment, within the gate, a man in a suit of dark crystal armor was sitting on a skeleton chair. He had a pair of dark green eyes, and his skin was as pristine white as snow. He held a skeleton staff in his hand. The man looked very young, but he was already the most powerful being in the divine Dark Tao sect. There were a dozen or so powerful elders standing respectfully in front of him. Dark Depravity Monarch, 10,000 new lab rats have been added to our sect's demonic cultivation methods recently, and all of them have been placed in the blood refinement pond. An elder made his way forward and extended a respectful salute. Why are there so few this time? The man's eyes were half closed, and his aura surged forth, making the elder's legs give out from under him, and he almost knelt to the ground. 10,000 isn't even enough for my blood reincarnation technique to progress by 1 stage. The Dark Depravity Monarch's voice was filled with displeasure. Please spare me, Dark Depravity Monarch. This is due to the fact that the Celestial Court's Heavenly Peach Banquet is just around the corner, and the security forces in the Kingdom of the 9 States have been raised to a higher level. In order to prevent information from being leaked, it's very difficult for us to gather experimental materials on a large scale. The elder knelt to the ground and kowtowed incessantly. He knew that the Dark Depravity Monarch was a temperamental man, and if he was displeased, he could even be slain on the spot. The Dark Depravity Monarch's dark green eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he was considering how to deal with this elder. Another elder with golden hair chuckled coldly as he added insult to injury. I heard that one of Elder Song Chio's teams was destroyed by the 4-9 Immortal Sect's enforcement team. What a huge loss. Xiangling. Song Chio raised his head and glared at the golden-haired elder with an enraged expression. All right, it doesn't matter how many of our subordinates were killed. Song Chio, you have to increase the quota to 100,000 next time you go to the Kingdom of the 9 States to look for lab rats. As for the 4-9 Immortal Sect, when my blood reincarnation technique reaches perfection and I become a god, I'll trample them to the ground. The Dark Depravity Monarch raised his proud head with a disdainful expression. Chapter 1264. By the way, Dark Depravity Monarch, I've successfully captured a female cultivator in the Kingdom of the 9 States. She can join your harem, a beautiful woman in a black robe said with a smile. Oh, quick, bring her over to me. The Dark Depravity Monarch's eyes lit up with interest. This new Dark Monarch of the Divine Dark Tao sect had no other hobbies aside from cultivating the reincarnation blood technique. He had even formed a harem to indulge in debauchery every single night. Soon, 2 black-robed, demonic cultivators brought over a female cultivator in a purple dress. The woman's figure was voluptuous and graceful, and her features were exquisitely beautiful. Her lips were as enticing as cherries, and her eyes were rippling like the ripples of autumn water, giving the onlookers a sense of lust. This was undoubtedly an extremely seductive woman. "Let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm the 6th princess of the Dark Wind imperial family, Xiang Qingya. I don't care what sect you're from. If you dare to capture me like this, your entire sect will be destroyed by the wrath of the imperial family." The woman in purple roared with rage as she struggled. She had originally thought that when these demonic cultivators heard her words, they would cower in fear of the royal family's power and let her go. However, to Xiang Qingya's surprise, the man on the throne became even more excited. "Oh, a princess of one of the 9 imperials? Very good, very good. I've never tasted a princess before." The man licked his lips as a dangerous light flashed through his green eyes. "As for the Dark Wind imperial family, they're nothing. I can destroy them with a single hand." Xiang Qingya's body shuddered upon seeing this, and an expression of despair appeared on her face. This man didn't have the power to deal with the Dark Wind imperial family, but he was definitely a lunatic. A madman would never play by the rules. Even if the Dark Phoenix imperial family wiped out the devil's doctrine for her, what was the use? She had already been humiliated. She was most afraid of unreasonable, demonic cultivators like this. "Very well, Xiangling. I'll reward you with a 9th grade immortal pill this time." The Dark Depravity Monarch smiled. "Thank you, Dark Monarch." The black-robed female cultivator half knelt to the ground with a smile on her face. Xiang Qingya's eyes widened. "A 9th grade immortal pill? I'm only worth a 9th grade immortal pill. If you let me go, I'll give you an immortal pill of any grade." Slap! A loud slap landed on Xiang Qingya's face. Xiang Qingya was stunned. The person who had slapped her was Xiangling. "It's my honor to serve the Dark Depravity Monarch. Even if he rewards me with a 9th grade immortal pill, it'll still be more satisfying than your stupid 1st grade immortal pill." Xiangling spoke with a righteous expression. The Dark Depravity Monarch nodded with approval as he looked at Xiangling. This was the demeanor of an elder in charge of the harem, loyal and devoted. A smile appeared on the Dark Depravity Monarch's face again as he stared at the woman in purple with a scorching light in his eyes. "You're Xiang Qingya, right? I hereby make you my 998th wife, and I'm going to have sex with you 100 times tonight." "What?" Xiang Qingya's eyes widened. 998 wives? 100 times? No, no, don't do this. Xiang Qingya's features turned deathly pale. She was really starting to panic, and she scratched her head repeatedly. "Please let me go. I'll agree to anything you ask of me." "Let you go." The Dark Depravity Monarch licked his lips. "The woman I've set my sights on doesn't have the right to choose." He tossed a drop of blood essence toward Xiang Qingya as he spoke. "Absorb this and establish a slave contract." Aren't you looking for a wife? Why do you want to establish a slave contract?" Xiang Qingya's eyes widened with despair. "What? Are you unhappy with being my slave?" The Dark Depravity Monarch's terrifying aura erupted forth, and he spread open his palm, upon which the images of countless living beings wailing in anguish appeared. Countless living beings had lost their physical bodies, but their consciousness was still being tormented relentlessly. Xiang Qingya's face had completely turned deathly pale upon seeing this. A cruel smile appeared on the Dark Depravity Monarch's face. "See, the consequences of disobeying me are even more terrifying than death." It was undoubtedly the case that Xiang Qingya would suffer an extremely tragic fate if she refused the Dark Depravity Monarch's blood essence. She wouldn't be able to escape. The only thing she could do was commit suicide. A determined expression appeared on Xiang Qingya's face, and she was just about to make her final decision. Boom! an aura that was so thick that it was almost tangible spread out. Bursts of dark green divine light emanated from the dark depravity monarch's body before enshrouding Xiang Qingya's entire body. The sixth princess of the Dark Wind imperial family felt her legs go soft. She knelt on the ground with a plop. Her body trembled. She had been immobilized by the dark depravity monarch's aura. This was the power of the divine Tao. This was the power of the divine Tao. Waves of shock surged through Xiang Qingya's heart. This so-called dark depravity monarch was a return to void final stage mighty figure. As such, even the most powerful being in the imperial family wouldn't be able to save her. In the face of the dark depravity monarch's aura of the divine Tao, Xiang Qingya discovered to her despair that she didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. That's right. Kneel before me, tremble, and accept my blessings. A sinister smile appeared on the dark depravity monarch's face as he slowly injected his blood essence toward Xiang Qingya, and his eyes roamed over Xiang Qingya's curvaceous body with a greedy expression. Xiang Qingya trembled uncontrollably as tears flowed from her eyes. "Hurry up," the dark depravity monarch urged. He couldn't resist the urge to strip Xiang Qingya naked and do it with her. This was the sixth princess of the Dark Wind imperial family. He had never had a chance to taste such a lofty celestial maiden, so it would be very satisfying if he could take advantage of her. All of the other elders seemed to have already grown accustomed to this, and they all looked at the purple-robed beauty with a hint of a smile on their faces. Xiang Qingya's expression became more and more dejected in the face of the dark depravity monarch's coercion. No one could save her in the face of the extremely powerful dark depravity monarch. After becoming a slave, she was unable to disobey his orders, and she could only become the dark depravity monarch's plaything for the rest of her life. Xiang Qingya was extremely regretful. She regretted going out to train, and she regretted wanting to become a righteous cultivator and slay evil. The stories in the Kingdom of the Nine States journals were all lies. There was no way that righteous cultivators could always win. Villains could also kill righteous cultivators before continuing to wreak havoc. She wanted to save people, but who could save her when she was captured by a demonic cultivator? The blood essence had already fallen onto her forehead. "I'll give you 10 seconds to accept it wholeheartedly," the dark depravity monarch urged with an impatient expression. There was no one in this world who dared to go against his will. I. Xiang Qingya's body trembled uncontrollably with remorse, pain, and despair. She felt as if she had been plunged into a demonic abyss amid the laughter and obscene gazes of the demonic cultivators. Boom! Right at this moment, the gate of the divine Dark Tao sect suddenly exploded. Chapter 1265. Who goes there? All of the elders within the palace let loose enraged cries. Everyone knew that this intruder had come with ill intentions. After all, there was no such thing as a friendly conversation. Holy **T. Has our mystic realm been exposed? What are you panicking for? Our Dark Monarch is a return to void final stage powerful being. Why would he be scared of a reckless cultivator? What a reckless idiot. How dare he offend our divine Dark Tao sect? All of the elders discussed spiritedly among themselves. The dark depravity monarch sat on his skeleton, throne with a calm expression, as if this had nothing to do with him. There was no one in this world who dared to challenge him. All those who had challenged him were dead. Xiang Qingya's body faltered, and she reflexively refused the dark depravity monarch's blood essence. A hint of hope lit up in her heart, but it was quickly snuffed out by her rationality. The dark depravity monarch was so terrifying. Who could save her now? May I ask how to get to the Dark King Palace? A clear voice suddenly sounded, reverberating throughout the palace. Who is it? How does he know about the Dark King Palace? All of the elders' expressions shifted. The Dark King Palace was a restricted area of the new divine Dark Tao sect, and even the sect disciples didn't know about it. In the next instant, a handsome man in a white robe slowly made his way over with a woman in a jade dress trailing behind him. The dark depravity monarch wasn't very interested in these suicidal people, but his eyes lit up at the sight of the woman in the jade dress. Beautiful. She was simply too beautiful. Her jade dress was like ink, and her figure was perfectly proportioned. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes were as dazzling as the stars. Her every movement was imbued with a sense of holiness and pride. This was the first time he had ever seen such a refined and elegant woman. The white-robed man's brows furrowed slightly as if he had detected the scorching light in the dark depravity monarch's eyes. Before he had a chance to say anything, the dark depravity monarch spoke. "Woman, from this day forth, you are mine. I am going to be my 999th wife. Of course, you will enjoy the greatest glory and the highest position in my harem." All of the elders let loose cries of surprise upon hearing this. The dark depravity monarch was a lecherous man, and it had to be said that he was very fond of the fact that he was willing to offer the highest position in his harem to a woman in a jade dress whom he had just met for the first time. But then again, no one in the harem could compare to this woman's appearance and temperament. The woman in the jade dress didn't say anything in the face of the dark depravity monarch's gift. Instead, she looked at him as if she were looking at a retard. And Lin had already pulled out his evil-slaying sword. The dark depravity monarch looked at Lin with a disdainful expression. "A mere soul formation stage cultivator dares to challenge us? Kneel down and kowtow to me in repentance, and I will grant you a quick death." The group of elders could not help but sneer. Breaking the door and entering, I was wondering who it was. A soul formation cultivator and a soul formation dog. How dare they be so arrogant here with just this level of strength? On the other hand, that green-clothed girl looks pretty good. She should have no problem becoming the mistress of the harem. Humph, it's that woman's fortune to be chosen by our king. As for that man and that dog, we can humiliate them to our heart's content. That'll be quite a bit of fun. All of the elders discussed heartily among themselves. The dark depravity monarch's attention was completely focused on the woman in a jade dress. As for the ants around her, he could destroy them with a wave of his hand. He chanted and instantly released another drop of blood. His eyes were burning with passion as he said, "Woman, refine this drop of blood and establish a slave contract with me." He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence when a gust of wind suddenly swept past. In the next instant, a fist was hurtling toward him at high speed. The fist was extremely fast, and it struck him with a sense of extreme peril. He couldn't evade it. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted, accompanied by the sound of bones and flesh being torn apart. The dark depravity monarch's face caved in from the fist, and his entire body plummeted to the ground, shattering the skeleton chair behind him. Immediately afterward, heaven and earth tremored violently. Boom! A massive crater appeared on the ground. The shock waves of energy exploded outward, almost causing the entire palace to crack open. Countless elders were knocked back with astonishment on their faces. Within the crater, the dark depravity monarch's face was filled with pain and confusion. His face had already been deformed, and blood flowed from the corners of his lips. And the man who had wounded him with a single blow was a soul formation stage cultivator. Soul formation stage cultivator, my F asterisk king asterisk SS. This power was simply unimaginable. All of the other elders were also extremely astonished, as if they had seen a ghost. Was this still the man they viewed as an ant? How had he become the fiend celestial who had knocked the dark depravity monarch to the ground with a single punch? This was the dark depravity monarch. He was the leader of the new divine dark Tao sect, a return to void final stage mighty figure. You piece of trash! How dare you provoke me and covet my Tao partner? Isn't it better to be alive? The man's fist was still stained with blood, and he spoke in a cold voice to the dumbstruck, dark depravity monarch. Xiang Qingya raised her head, and an expression of incredulity appeared on her pale features. The man in front of her unreasonably tore open a crack in her dark, sunless sky of despair. The more she looked at him, the more familiar she found him to be. Finally, she yelled out the name of the portrait she had seen in the imperial palace. "Enlin! You're Enlin!" Xiang Qingya's crisp and excited voice reverberated throughout the palace. That's right, it was none other than Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and the others. Enlin? Who's Enlin? The dark depravity monarch's expression faltered slightly. He had been cultivating in the mountains for a long time, so he was unable to identify Enlin. Some of the elders seemed to recognize this name, and they were given a fright before screaming with pale faces, "Dark Monarch! Enlin is not to be trifled with." At this moment, a second fist was already hurtling toward the dark depravity monarch. "You're dead." The dark depravity monarch flared up with rage, and a dark green power of the divine Tao surged forth from his body before pouncing toward Enlin with the power of death and decay. However, crimson golden flames erupted from Enlin's fist, and it tore through the dark green power of the divine Tao like the sun. Enlin's fist crashed into the dark depravity monarch's chest right before his astonished eyes, and the power of a divine mountain crashed down upon him with the power to pulverize all things. His chest caved in, and all of his internal organs were instantly ruptured. Terrifying power instantly erupted forth as divine flames melted all things, and the power of the fist annihilated all things. The palace, which had been reinforced by special essence stones, was instantly reduced to rubble. Countless elders were blasted flying by the shock waves of the battle with blood gushing from their mouths. A fairy silently unleashed an enchantment barrier to protect Su Xiaolan, Dabai, and Xiang Qingya. "You're the one who's seeking death. You're already a dead man from the moment you spouted those words." Enlin was like a war god who had emerged from a sea of flames as he looked down at the dark depravity monarch with a disdainful expression. The dark depravity monarch was about to have a mental breakdown. He hadn't held back just then. However, this soul formation stage male cultivator was able to shatter his power of the divine Tao with a single punch. This was completely beyond his understanding of the cultivation world. The dark depravity monarch was just about to say something. However, Enlin was completely uninterested in what the dark depravity monarch had to say. The third fist crashed down like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1266. The dark depravity monarch's heart was struck by fear for the first time as he stared at Enlin's fist. Blood reincarnation technique. He let loose an almighty roar, and the bloodline within his body surged as a wheel of blood appeared before him, from which a crimson light lit up the entire space. The wheel was a semi-transparent body of energy that was imbued with the dark depravity monarch's power of the divine Tao. At the same time, it was imbued with extremely powerful slaughter and reincarnation true intent. Boom! And Lin's fist struck the wheel, and around 70 to 80% of its power was nullified by the rotating power imbued within the wheel. The dark depravity monarch took advantage of this opportunity to hurtle back in retreat. Quick! Buy me an opportunity. He really was scared. This 4-9 immortal sect leader was far more powerful than he had imagined. The 16 elders immediately rushed forward upon hearing the dark depravity monarch's command. However, most of the elders chose to pounce toward Su Xiaolan and the others. And Lin's power was undeniable, but the most powerful being on Su Xiaolan's side was only at the return to void initial stage, so they had a chance to capture them. Ha ha ha. You won't get away. Xiang Ling's golden hair suddenly transformed into countless snake heads that pounced toward Su Xiaolan with their venomous fangs. A series of tiny cracks appeared in the space in the wake of the golden snakes, and their fangs were imbued with extremely terrifying poison. Even a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure would have their meridians paralyzed upon being bitten by these snakes, and they would collapse to the ground. The rest of the elders also unleashed their own techniques and unleashed their own terrifying techniques. Most of the spell techniques were used for control and sealing purposes. It was clear that the Dark Depravity Monarch wanted to capture Su Xiaolin alive before teaching her a lesson. Run? Do I need to run? Su Xiaolin surveyed her surroundings before drawing her dragon sparrow sword in that instant. The crisp cry of the vermilion bird and the roar of the true dragon reverberated throughout the entire palace at the same time. Almost everyone was struck by an indescribably terrifying aura, as if they were facing the most terrifying beast in this world, looking down upon all living beings as if they were mere ants. Bloodline might swept forth violently, making their bodies tremble involuntarily. How could she be a weak and easily bullied girl? This was clearly an ancient ferocious beast that made people tremble in fear. At this time, Su Xiaolin had already drawn an arc with a sword light in her hand. The extremely sharp sword Qi wrapped in the supreme sacred fire that could incinerate everything spread out like a ring. In the face of this sword slash, all spells were like paper in front of a tiger, melting and collapsing one after another. No. Some of the elders screamed miserably as their bodies were cut into two. Some elders didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before their bodies melted completely and their vitality was severed. Xianling was a return to void intermediate stage cultivator, but her golden hair was also sliced through by the sword strike. All of her beautiful golden hair was incinerated, and she let loose a blood-curdling cry as she stumbled back in retreat. The sword Qi swept out and struck her abdomen, causing her to spit out a large mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. Fortunately, her cultivation was high, so she was not cut in half. But her hair was gone. She was bald. A clear voice rang out at this moment. Trash, like, you think you have the right to make me run. Su Xiaolin stood proudly at the center of the holy flame, like a celestial maiden with unparalleled beauty. At the same time, she exuded an aura that struck fear into the hearts of all the elders. She had only unleashed one sword strike, but 8 of the 12 elders had been slain, and 4 had been severely wounded. No one dared to respond to her words. After that one strike, all of the elders had been struck by boundless horror. Xian Qingya stared blankly at Su Xiaolin with an intoxicated expression on her face. What kind of peerless elegance was this? It really made people yearn for it. At the same time, 4 of the 16 elders pounced toward Enlin with all their might in an attempt to create an opportunity for the Dark Depravity Monarch. Be *starred, stop! Eat my dark, reverend old ancestor's staff. Enlin, you're going to die for sure today. Kill. Ah. The 4 elders unleashed their divine techniques. Enlin turned around, and his muscles bulged as he unleashed a simple punch in his fire god mode. Bam! The sun descended, space twisted, and all things crumbled. Everything, including the techniques and bodies of the elders, was pulverized into dust by that one punch. The few elders who were lucky enough to survive were already at a complete loss for words upon seeing this. The woman was terrifying, but the man was even more terrifying. Why had 2 gods of slaughter like them invaded their sect? The Dark Depravity Monarch charged toward the wall behind the palace before unleashing a vicious punch toward a certain circular veined pattern on the wall. Boom! Power proliferated forth. The entire divine mountain tremored violently as boundless power began to converge beneath his feet, upon which inky black veined patterns instantly spread over the entire gargantuan divine mountain. The 4 elders who were still alive were filled with hope upon seeing this. It's the Dark Monarch Sect Protection Formation of the Divine Dark Tao Sect. This is great. The Dark Depravity Monarch has activated the Sect Protection Formation. That's the power of the earth that has been accumulating for over 10,000 years. Even a Tao integration stage mighty figure would be wounded if it were to be unleashed. This is a Tao integration stage formation after all, so it's naturally extremely powerful. No matter how powerful Enlin is, there's no way he'll be able to withstand the power of this formation. There's no way he's going to survive this time. The dark depravity monarch half knelt onto the ground as blood flowed relentlessly behind him. The dark depravity monarch pays his respects to the sky-sealing dark monarch. He let loose an almighty roar, and the power of the formation was activated in a frenzy. A black shadow gradually materialized before the dark depravity monarch. The black shadow materialized, and a man with bronze skin began to appear. He had a pair of inky black eyes that seemed to be able to suck in all energy. Golden chains revolved around his arms, from which divine light burst forth, and an aura that threatened to seal the heavens swept forth. All of the mighty figures present were stunned by the man's aura. He was extremely domineering, and he wanted to conquer the heavens with one hand and seal the heavens with the other. All those who invade my divine dark Tao sect must die. An enraged roar that sounded like that of a fiend celestial made everyone feel as if they had been plunged into hell. The dark depravity monarch glowered at Enlin with a venomous expression. Enlin, no one has ever dared to provoke me like this. It's too late for you to regret now. I'm going to make you experience torture that'll be countless times more painful than death. The golden chains on the sky sealing Dark King's arms began to squirm as he spoke, and Lin was struck by a sense of extreme danger for the first time. The sky-sealing Dark King before him possessed the power to kill him. He was just about to unleash his divine inspection technique to break through the power of the formation when the 9 dark beads in his storage ring suddenly began to tremor violently. An urge to get out of this place was transmitted to Enlin relentlessly. And Lin instantly made a decision and released the 9 dark beads from his storage ring. 9 dark beads of different colors appeared in the air at the same time before quickly moving through the air. Thin threads of energy connected them to form a special formation. Immediately afterward, a black divine light descended from the sky before landing on Enlin's body. The dark light transformed into a robe, and a demonic sound erupted into the heavens. Countless black divine symbols began to hover in the air before dancing around Enlin's robe of dark light. Immediately afterward, right before the astonished eyes of all of the divine dark Tao sect mighty figures, the sky-sealing Dark King's movements faltered before he half knelt to the ground and lowered his head. Sky-sealing Dark King formation spirit pays his respects to the new Dark Monarch of the divine Dark Tao sect. Chapter 1267. The new Dark Monarch of the divine Dark Tao sect? All of the mighty figures present were completely dumbstruck. All of the reinforcements from the other sects were on the verge of falling to their knees. Su Xiaolan rubbed her eyes as she stared intently at Enlin again. So this wasn't an illusion. Enlin sure is going big this time. Xiang Qingya's cherry lips were agape as she stared blankly at Enlin's direction. Her mind was a complete mess. She thought of Enlin as the hero who had saved her, but now her hero had become the new Dark Monarch? No, that's impossible. Senior Sky, sealing Dark Monarch. Hurry up and kill this enemy. The Dark Depravity Monarch came to his senses before roaring in a hysterical voice. It was quite clear that he had been struck by fear. Things had progressed far beyond his imagination. The sky-sealing Dark Monarch didn't react to the Dark Depravity Monarch's words. Instead, he continued to bow toward Enlin, and Lin made his way toward the Dark Depravity Monarch with a dark robe draped over his body. He wasn't releasing any aura, but the Dark Depravity Monarch couldn't help but be horrified. You. Who are you? How did you become like this? And Lin smiled. Who am I? Haven't my fists answered your question yet? I've already told you that I'm the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin. And Lin launched another fist toward the Dark Depravity Monarch as he spoke. The fire god fist was imbued with the power of annihilation after being enhanced by the dark robe, thereby making it even more fearsome. Boom! The dark depravity monarch tried to defend himself, but the crimson wheel was unable to erase Enlin's power. The terrifying power of the fist pierced through the wheel before crashing into the dark depravity monarch's body, knocking him deep into the wall behind him. Enlin looked down at his hand with a hint of surprise on his face. He felt as if his entire body had been filled with power. This was most likely the result of the sect protection formation. The enemy's formation was helping him, and Lin couldn't help but laugh. Even though he didn't know why such a situation had occurred, it was surely related to the 9 Netherworld pearls. According to the divine inspection technique, he would be able to receive the sky-sealing Dark King's inheritance at the Dark King Palace after collecting all 9 dark beads. Could it be that inheriting the new divine Dark Dao sect was part of the inheritance? And Lin activated the 9 dark beads and commanded the sky-sealing Dark King formation spirit. Sky-sealing Dark King, kill him! Understood. The sky-sealing Dark King Grand Formation spirit rose to its feet and turned around. Rumble! A vast and boundless aura soared into the sky, surging like the sea. 2 golden chains extended from his arms and slowly floated in the air. The dark depravity monarch's expression shifted drastically. Stop, sky-sealing Dark King. I am the sect leader of the new divine Dark Dao sect, the dark depravity monarch. The sky-sealing Dark King didn't say anything. He unleashed the power of the entire sect protection formation, and the 2 chains imbued with boundless golden divine light pierced through the air toward the dark depravity monarch. The dark depravity monarch roared as he unleashed his blood reincarnation disc. However, his blood reincarnation disc, which had been infused with the power of the divine Tao, cracked like glass in the face of the 2 golden chains before shattering into countless shards and dust. No, the dark depravity monarch roared with despair. 2 golden chains instantly fell on his body, piercing through his head and heart. All of his powers were instantly sealed, and his body was then instantly melted into a puddle of blood. The sect leader of the new divine Dark Dao sect, the return to void final stage Dark Depravity Monarch, had fallen just like that. The elders and the reinforcements were so shocked by this scene that they did not dare to breathe. Never would they have thought that the peerlessly powerful Dark Depravity Monarch would be destroyed by the sect protection formation he had summoned. This was simply unimaginable. However, it had appeared just like that, and Enlin had done it. Even now, the sky-sealing Dark King formation spirit was bowing toward Enlin with reverence and respect. Humph! This is what you get for coveting my Dao partner and forming a harem. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Trash shouldn't exist in this world. And Lin spat toward the puddle of blood on the ground. He then turned around to look at the divine, Dark Dao sect powerful beings behind him. All of the divine, Dark Dao sect members shuddered. An indescribable sense of danger instantly enshrouded their bodies, making them feel as if they were going to die if Enlin wasn't satisfied. All of them lowered their heads. There was no point in resisting at a time like this. Almost everyone had the same question in their minds as they lowered their heads. That was regarding Enlin's identity. Who was this Enlin? Why would the sky-sealing Dark King formation spirit refer to Enlin as the new Dark Monarch of the divine Dark Dao sect? The quick-witted elders had already come to a realization. Why would Enlin suddenly barge in? Why would he know about the mystic realm of the new divine Dark Dao sect? Why would the sect protection formation refer to him as the new Dark Monarch of the divine Dark Dao sect? Enlin must have obtained the inheritance left behind by the Dark Monarchs, and he was the rightful sect leader of the divine Dark Dao sect. Enlin had come here to take back what belonged to him. That's right, everything made sense now. All of the elders' eyes lit up with excitement. This was a powerful being who had connections with both the underworld and the underworld. Elder Song Chio knelt to the ground and kowtowed. Song Chio welcomes sect leader and Lin back to the divine Dark Dao sect. Xiang Ling welcomes sect leader and Lin back to the divine Dark Dao sect. The bald elder also kowtowed decisively. She was a loyal person, but her loyalty was only to the rightful Dark Monarch. As long as it was an order from the Dark Monarch, she would obey it unconditionally. With the two elders taking the lead, all of the other elders and disciples of the sect immediately knelt down. Their voices converged to form a vast ocean that erupted into the heavens. Sect leader and Lin back to the divine Dark Dao sect. Sect leader and Lin back to the divine Dark Dao sect. A series of voices reverberated throughout the palace, and Lin wore a black dark light robe, and he looked expressionlessly at all of the black-robed, powerful beings kneeling to the ground. However, he was a little perplexed. How had he become the sect leader of the divine Dark Dao sect? Something didn't feel right. He turned to look at Su Xiaolan with a resigned expression, only to see her pursing her lips as a voice sounded in his mind. Take all of the treasures first. Her words were like a wake-up call, and Lin spoke in a clear voice. There's no need to stand on ceremony. All of the elders and disciples stood up and looked at Lin with scorching light in their eyes. Even in the faraway North Song Mountain realm, and Lin's name reverberated like thunder. Regardless of whether it was his status as the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect or the Lord of Transcendence, both of them were more renowned than the new, divine, Dark Dao sect. Perhaps he was more suitable to lead the divine Dark Dao sect to glory than the Dark Depravity Monarch. I've only just arrived at the divine Dark Dao sect, so I'm not very familiar with this place. Can any of you take me on a tour? And Lin asked. I'll just go to the treasure vault. The bald elder, Xiang Ling, volunteered. Sect leader and Lin, I'll take you there. And Lin nodded. Sure. Chapter 1268. Xiang Ling was an extremely beautiful woman. She originally had a head of beautiful golden hair, but it had been sliced off by Su Xiaolan's sword. Even so, her beauty didn't diminish much. Instead, it gave her a different kind of charm. At this moment, she slowly made her way over to Lin with a dainty smile on her face. I'll show you around the sect, right away, sect leader. Su Xiaolan looked at her with a cold expression. She felt like she had gone easy on her earlier, and Lin shrugged off Xiang Ling's hand with a warm smile on his face. Thank you, Elder Xiang Ling. He then turned to Su Xiaolan and the others. Come with me as well. Let's tour our second sect. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she nodded before following after him. Tina and Abai also tacitly followed behind them. In a corner, a woman in a purple dress with a voluptuous figure and mesmerizing features was left out in the cold. No one paid any attention to her, including those from the divine Dark Dao sect. They were all focused on the new sect leader, so they didn't care about this princess. Xiang Qingya hesitated momentarily before gritting her teeth and running after them. She followed along, but she didn't dare to say anything. She had thought that Lin was a hero who had come to save her. However, it was quite clear that she had been delusional, and Lin had only come here to inherit this sect and save her along the way. And Lin was now the new sect leader of the divine Dark Dao sect. If he really harbored malicious intent toward her, then her fate would be no different from before. Xiang Qingya was starting to panic a little with this in mind. Could it be that she had just escaped from the Dark Depravity Monarch's clutches, only to fall into Lin's clutches again? Xiang Ling led Lin onward, and news spread even faster than they could travel. All of the sect disciples they encountered along the way bowed respectfully toward Lin. Not long after that, they arrived at a lavish palace. This palace was very big, and there was a white ball of light floating above it, illuminating the entire space. This is the most important place to the Dark Depravity Monarch, Xiangling said with a dainty smile. And Lin's heart skipped a beat, and his entire person became excited. Treasures, inheritances, they were all going to be his. The door slowly opened. A series of beautiful women dressed in palace dresses of different colors bowed in unison, revealing their snow-white breasts. We welcome sect leader and Lin's arrival at the Chunyang Palace. All of them were beautiful and had their own charm. They looked at Lin affectionately, and Lin was stunned. Su Xiaolan and Tina were stunned. Dabai was envious. Xiangling this. And Lin took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Sect leader, this is the place that the Dark Depravity Monarch values the most, the Spring Sun Palace. There are 997 beauties in there, all of whom are gathered from all over the world. They are all yours now, so you can sign slave contracts with them. Xiangling spoke with a dainty smile. Xiang Qingya's body trembled slightly. She was supposed to be the 998th harem? It's over. Is this moment finally coming? And Lin's mouth gaped open as he looked at the group of exquisitely beautiful women before him. If he were to have sex with them one at a time, it would be 3 years in a row. Wait, no, he could actually have sex with several of them at a time. The honest guy had almost limited Lin's imagination. And Lin was astonished, but he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Dark Depravity Monarch had opened a true harem. If they killed him, they would be able to inherit his harem. Xiangling, all of these women were abducted by you, right? And Lin asked, Huh, how do you know that? Xiangling was a little surprised. Do you think I don't know what the Dark Depravity Monarch looks like? He's not a handsome and powerful sword immortal like me. So why are there so many beautiful women in love with him? Not to mention that there are many female cultivators with extremely high cultivation bases among them. And Lin harumphed coldly. Xiangling, Su Xiaolan, release all of them. And Lin commanded. This. Xiangling's eyes widened as she stared at Lin with a perplexed expression. Any man would be tempted by so many beautiful women, but Lin was able to resist the temptation of so many beautiful women. What are you talking about? I don't like to force people to do things they don't like. Besides, do I look like someone who doesn't do things? I don't like them, so why would I accept them into my harem? No, there's no way I would like anyone else. I only love Xiaolan. And Lin spoke with a righteous expression, and there was no room for denial in his tone. A sweet smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she sheathed her dragon sparrow sword. And Lin turned to the 900 beautiful female cultivators before him. Go back to where you came from. You're all free now. All 900 of them faltered upon hearing this. Only after long while did the sound of sobbing and wailing begin to sound. They had been reduced to slaves and imprisoned here as playthings for the Dark Depravity Monarch. They had to live in constant fear that they would be killed by the Dark Depravity Monarch someday. They had thought that after Lin took over, it would be another cycle of darkness. However, who would have thought that Lin would be willing to give them their freedom? And Lin had given them a chance to live again. Countless female cultivators bowed toward Lin with tears in their eyes as they expressed their gratitude. By the way, you were also captured, right? You can go back with them. And Lin turned to Xiang Qingya. Xiang Qingya only came to her senses at this moment. She looked at Lin, who was speaking to her in a warm and gentle voice, but she didn't know what to say. What a roller coaster ride! And Lin had refreshed her impressions over and over again. Why are you still standing here? Do you want to do something else? And Lin asked, I am the 6th princess of the Dark Wind imperial family, Xiang Qingya. You saved me, and I'll be sure to repay you in the future. Xiang Qingya replied with an extremely earnest expression. All right, I appreciate your kindness, but you can leave this place now. And Lin smiled. He didn't actually have any expectations of repayment. The 4 Nine Immortal sect was comparable to the 9 Imperials, So what benefits could a princess give him? The sixth princess took a deep look at Enlin before nodding and turning to leave. She felt like Enlin wasn't a bad person. She had misunderstood Enlin in the past. Perhaps the divine Dark Dao sect could be reborn under Enlin's leadership. No one could defy or question Enlin's decision. Close to 1,000 female cultivators regained their freedom and left the divine Dark Dao sect. "Let's continue," Enlin instructed. "All right, sect leader." Xiangling tried her best to calm herself down before nodding. After that, they went to some cultivation rooms, but there wasn't much to see. In the end, Enlin arrived at the real treasure vault. Chapter 1269. They passed through a passageway that was riddled with traps and forbidden techniques before pushing open a heavy gate. A series of mountains of treasures appeared before their eyes. Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and the others were all dumbstruck by the boundless amount of treasures before them. It was quite clear that the treasures before them had far exceeded Enlin and the others' expectations. Xiangling introduced with a dainty smile, "This is our sect's treasure vault, and it was also where the Dark Depravity monarch stored his treasures." Enlin thought to himself, no wonder the Dark Depravity monarch didn't even have a storage ring after his death. Xiangling pointed at the mountain of spirit stones and vital stones in front of her and said, "There are spirit stones and vital stones here, and they are worth a total of 130 million spirit stones." Gulp, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Dabai, and Tina all swallowed involuntarily. 130 million spirit stones. Even filthy, rich cultivators like them were envious of this. Xiangling continued with a smile, "Here are 3 immortal weapons, 156 spirit weapons, 2,500 magic weapons. Here are 8 immortal pills, 6 immortal fruits, 320 spirit pills, 500 spirit fruits, and a number of exotic ingredients and earthly treasures." Enlin and Su Xiaolan swallowed involuntarily as Xiangling introduced the vast array of treasures. After touring the treasure vault, Xiangling turned to Enlin with a smile on her face. "Esteemed sect leader, you have the right to use all of the divine Dark Dao sect's treasures. You don't need our permission to take anything from here. Can I really take anything?" Enlin's breathing accelerated. "That's right, you can take anything you need." Xiangling put on an expression of wealth. Enlin clapped his hands together and stowed all of the spirit stones into his storage ring. Xiangling: "Enlin, didn't you say I could take anything I need? I need money." Xiangling. Immediately afterward, Enlin stowed all of the treasures in the treasure vault into his storage ring. 1 storage ring wasn't enough, so Enlin took 3 supreme-grade storage rings. Xiangling. Enlin explained, "It's not safe to leave the treasure here. It's better for me to keep it." "Why wouldn't it be safe? Unless a Dao integration stage mighty figure comes to our sect, who would be able to barge into our sect to steal our treasures." Xiangling pursed her lips and protested with difficulty. She was really panicking. No one had ever dared to empty out the sect's treasury. Unless a Dao integration stage mighty figure comes, I'm just an ordinary soul formation stage cultivator. Yet I can still barge into the sect. Why would I need a Dao integration stage mighty figure? It's really not safe here. Enlin said worriedly. Xiangling was astonished. What F***king, ordinary soul formation, cultivator? Is he trying to force me to death? But placing the treasures in the treasure vault would be more beneficial to the elders. After all, you have to distribute the resources of so many disciples, and you won't be able to do that on your own. Even the Dark Depravity monarch has placed his treasures in the treasure vault. Xiangling insisted. Don't compare me to him. I have my own plans. Let me organize the treasures first before making any other plans. Enlin spoke with a serious expression. Xiangling was in despair. She knew that she couldn't persuade Enlin, so she decided to just ignore him. If anyone asked, she would just say that Enlin insisted on doing this, so she could just blame it on the sect leader. Enlin cleaned out the treasure vault before continuing to explore other places. By the way, do you know where the Dark King Palace is? Enlin suddenly asked. Xiangling was a powerful elder, so if she didn't know where it was, then no one in the sect would know. Sure enough, her expression shifted upon hearing Enlin's words. You want to go to the Dark King Palace? The Dark King Palace is protected by an extremely powerful restriction that even the Dark Depravity Monarch is unable to enter. Xiangling replied, I already told you not to compare me to the Dark Depravity Monarch. Enlin shot a glance at Xiangling. Xiangling faltered upon hearing this, but she didn't say anything else as she led Enlin toward the Dark King Palace. The passageway wound upward, and the Dark King Palace seemed to be located at the top of the Divine Mountain. After a long while, they finally arrived at a place where boundless dark energy revolved around it. Xiangling pointed toward the end of the passageway, where there was a dark barrier exuding an extremely vast and terrifying aura. This was clearly a Dao integration stage energy restriction. At the very top was a stone plaque with the words Dark King Palace engraved upon it. Xiangling pointed toward the barrier. This is the place. The Dark King Palace is behind the restriction, and no one can break this restriction unless they're a Dao integration stage mighty figure. So, boom! She didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before the 9 dark beads crashed into the restriction and were reduced to dust. Immediately afterward, the barrier began to tremor violently before gradually cracking down the middle to reveal a passageway that allowed one to pass through. And Lin turned to look at her. What did you say? Xiangling. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. I can sense that there's still a powerful repulsive force in that passageway, and the dark energy around it is extremely dangerous. That's because you're not the masters of the dark beads. I'm going in now, you guys wait for me outside. And Lin waved a hand before making his way toward the Dark King Palace. Sure enough, none of the dark energy dared to approach Enlin. All of them made way for Enlin, as if Enlin was their master. Thus, Enlin disappeared from Su Xiaolan and the others' field of vision. Only Xiangling was still staring blankly at the end of the passageway. To think that he has the right to enter the Dark King Palace. As expected, he's the Dark Monarch that we've been looking for. On the other side, Enlin entered the Dark King Palace. The dark blue flames were burning non-stop, releasing the dark power of the netherworld. Under the light of the flames, he discovered that there was nothing inside. The only things that existed in the palace were 3 tall statues. They were the 3 dark monarchs. These were the 3 Dao integration stage, super mighty figures of the divine, dark Dao sect. They were the true antagonists of the ancient times, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were 3 extremely powerful demons. They were the sky-sealing Dark King, the bitter blood Dark King, and the earth-refining Dark King. The Earth Refinement Nether King had a fiendish appearance and looked very scary. The bitter blood Dark King was extremely handsome and pleasing to the eye, and Lin knew that the bitter blood Dark King was the one who had created the dead spirit demonic land. The sky-sealing Dark King's appearance was the most ordinary. If one ignored the chains binding his arms, he would look like a mundane mortal. Of course, and Lin knew that he was the most bad *cess among the 3 dark monarchs. He was the one who had created the divine dark Dao sect and dared to challenge the celestial court. And Lin paced back and forth in front of the 3 statues, but he didn't know how to proceed to the next step. I am the new sect leader of the divine dark Dao sect. Please grant me your inheritance. I have collected 9 dark beads. Please grant me your inheritance. Oi, say something. Look, I've even splashed my blood essence on your faces. Give me some reaction. And Lin looked at the 3 statues in front of him in exasperation and said in annoyance. Deathly silence ensued. F***CK, you're making me look like an idiot. And Lin was extremely displeased, and he viciously kicked the sky-sealing Dark King's knee. Bam! Rumble! The sky-sealing Dark King suddenly sprang into action. Chapter 1270. And Lin was given a fright, and he stumbled back a couple of steps before looking up at the sky-sealing Dark King. The sky-sealing Dark King's body began to tremble, as if he had been awakened by Lin's kick. Rumble! The sky-sealing Dark King's statue began to move, and it turned slightly to face Lin. And Lin immediately extended a greeting. Hello! I am the new sect leader of the divine Dark Tao sect. He didn't even get a chance to finish a sentence before the sky-sealing Dark King clapped his hands together, upon which a black prismatic crystal appeared in the air, exuding bursts of divine light. Congratulations to the future disciple of the divine Dark Tao sect for resisting the Dark King Palace. This is the core spell technique that will allow me to dominate the kingdom of the 9 states and dominate the entire continent. The sky-sealing technique. I hope you can accept this inheritance and revitalize our divine Dark Tao sect. I hope you can lead us to glory again and fulfill my long-cherished wish of unifying the kingdom of the 9 states and dominating the entire continent. An extremely mechanical voice sounded. The sky-sealing Dark King became completely motionless after saying this, and Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. So this was a low-level artificial intelligence statue that could only speak for a short period of time. He didn't hesitate for long before holding the black, prismatic crystal in his hand. How do I use this? And Lin murmured to himself as he held the crystal in his hand. Divine inspection technique. A string of information instantly appeared in his mind. Sky-sealing Dark King Sky, sealing technique, inheritance crystal. A spell technique inheritance materialized by the sky-sealing Dark King prior to his death. Only return to void stage mighty figures can bear the power of this inheritance. Crush the crystal to activate the inheritance. And Lin, only return to void stage mighty figures can use this? CK off. Isn't this a scam? I'm a soul formation stage cultivator, so why am I working so hard to find dark beads? And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood from rage. He kicked the sky-sealing Dark King's knees a few more times, but there was no reaction. And Lin was unwilling to give up, and he kicked the bitter Blood Dark King and the Earth Dark King's knees a few more times, but there was no reaction. During this period of time, he was like a husky, messing around with the 3 dark monarchs' bodies in an attempt to find something. In the end, the statues of the 3 Yama Kings were smashed to pieces, but he still didn't find anything. Sigh, so only returned to void stage cultivators are able to use the Seal the Heavens technique? And Lin was a little disappointed. If any other divine, dark, Tao sect cultivator were to hear this, they would probably go insane. What did he mean by there was only one Seal the Heavens technique? This was a spell technique that countless divine, dark, Tao sect cultivators yearned for. It was a spell technique that even the other 2 Tao integration stage, Dark Monarchs, yearned for. And Lin left the Dark King Palace with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Great Elder Xiangling hurried forward and asked with wide eyes, sect leader Lin, "What did you see in the Hell King Palace?" "Yes, I saw the statues of the 3 Pluto Kings inside," and Lin replied. "The statues of the 3 Nether Kings." Xiangling's face flushed with excitement. She was a fanatic of the divine Dark Tao sect's ancient Dark Monarchs, and her heart rate began to accelerate upon hearing that there were authentic statues inside. Ah, those 3 Dark Monarchs must have been extremely mighty, right? Xiangling panted slightly as she spoke in a seductive voice. "That's right. They were extremely mighty, and Lin replied with a serious expression. However, he added in his heart that they were once mighty, but now he had accidentally reduced them to dust. "Then you were inside." Xiangling stared at Lin. "I obtained some inheritances, but I can't use them yet," and Lin replied in a calm voice. Xiangling's body shuddered, and her eyes were about to tear up. Her breathing accelerated, and her chest rose and fell violently. As expected, you are the true leader of our divine Dark Tao sect. You are the future of our divine Dark Tao sect. And Lin was a little annoyed at the sight of Xiangling's expression, and he immediately changed the subject. Let's go, we'll continue our tour. All right. Xiangling nodded obediently and led the way. She had already submitted to Enlin with all her heart and soul, and there was no longer any hesitation in her heart. This is our combat practice room. This is where we rest. This is a mystic realm, the blood, refinement, demonic cave. After walking through one mystic realm after another, Enlin began to familiarize himself with the mystic realms of the divine Dark Tao sect. In the end, Xiangling led them to a black gate. Next up is the most important place of our divine Dark Tao sect. Xiangling spoke to everyone with an excited expression. She licked her lips with a hint of yearning in her eyes as she spoke. I always save the good stuff for last. I'm sure you'll like this place. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both a little curious. What kind of place would make Xiangling save it for last? It was even more important than the Spring Sun Palace and the Treasure Vault. The gate slowly opened. Shrill screams began to ring out. They converged to form a tidal wave that crashed relentlessly against Enlin's eardrums. A nauseating stench of blood also engulfed everyone as the gate opened. Xiangling took a deep breath with an intoxicated expression. This is the demonic trial ground of our divine Dark Tao sect. Please come with me. Everyone made their way through the gate, and they were greeted by the sight of a series of naked humans who were imprisoned in cages. Their eyes were filled with despair and emptiness, without any hint of vitality. This trial ground was extremely large, and there were at least 100,000 people imprisoned in cages at a glance. There were also several thousand sect disciples active in the trial ground. A sect disciple opened the cage and dragged a naked man out as if he were dragging a rag. Hurry up and get out. Why are you so slow? After dragging the man out, he enshrouded his hand in a ball of black energy before pressing it against the man's head. Ah! The man roared in agony as his face quickly turned pale and sunken. His flesh and blood quickly evaporated, and he was soon reduced to a corpse that was nothing more than skin and bones. The disciple tossed the corpse into a massive black pit. The pit was dark and gloomy, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Only the sound of chewing could be heard, which made one's flesh crawl. A sect disciple dragged the female cultivator out of the cage and slashed her skin from time to time, paying no heed to her blood-curdling cries of despair. The wounds he inflicted on her skin quickly decayed and melted away. He continued to slice her skin one slash after another, and he fell into deep thought from time to time, as if he was analyzing his own abilities. The female cultivator finally stopped breathing, and she lay lifelessly on the ground, covered in blood. A disdainful expression appeared on the disciple's face as he tossed the female cultivator into the black pit to feed the creatures within. It was extremely normal for something like this to happen in this extremely vast trial ground. One after another, the humans wept in shock and horror, and they wailed in agony and despair. The demonic cultivators were either focused, happy, or excited, and they continued to torture the living humans. One dead body after another was tossed into the black pit. Blood flowed over the entire ground, and the pungent scent of blood was accompanied by cries of despair. Many of the disciples were basking in this atmosphere. This was like hell on earth.